Before we get started proper, I just have to share something. Real quick, real quick. So, one of the things that I've been trying to do is simultaneously increase and decrease the amount of dead time I have in my streams. To explain that slightly, I have found and gotten some feedback on the fact that sometimes the actual write-up on the website of the review isn't super informative. I've also gotten that comment live. Part of that is because I want to minimize the amount of time I spend just sitting here typing up my thoughts in that. Usually I make an effort to go back after the fact, either during a lunch break or after the stream is done, to try and codify those thoughts into something more coherent, but I don't always have the time to do that, and of course that doesn't help live. So, more well thought out points for positives and negatives, good thing. But the thing is that increases the amount of dead time on the stream. And no, I did not on Falkenstein. So, that's its own problem. So I've been trying to figure out a way to reduce that amount of dead time error. And I figured, you know what? Lots of people stream, right? I'll go ahead and dip my hands into the well. Let's see what kind of stuff we can get here. So, the top 3 extensions right now to engage viewers while you're streaming is, of course, crowd control, which lets the players take control of the game, which obviously doesn't really apply all the time for me. Something that allows you to spend money in order to do silly sound effects. Okay, that sounds like the most terrible idea ever. Or something called, this is my personal favorite, viewer attack, which allows your viewers to, once again, spend money in order to have an animation play where, like, you throw a tomato at me, or you throw a brick at the stream. Those are the top extensions. Now, obviously, I'm just not going to look at the recommended, but that says something. It says something about how Twitch operates. So then I started looking at a little bit deeper. There's some other extensions they've got. For example, I could add my Twitter feed to the stream, or anybody's Twitter feed to the stream. I could add someone's Instagram to the stream. I could add a thing where you guys can pay money to fight each other in chat, and it'll have a leaderboard and everything, keeping track of who's the current winner. By the way, you have to pay real money in order to challenge someone and then get your name on that leaderboard. So anyways, I'm not doing any of those. But I'm going to say thank you to Blade Jamal for the sub. Yeah, listen, you guys, what you really want more out of me and my stream is just additional microtransactions, right? That's what everyone wants more of, right? That's what we can't get enough of, apparently, as a species. I don't have my notes up. Here we go. So that's going towards... oh, God, it's already off camera. Here we go. Stranger of Paradise, Star Ocean 2R, and Final Fantasy 16. And thank you, Potato. If you want to throw things at me, let me know. Why would you do your Instagram? If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, Potato, please let me know. And thank you, Jesse Ward. If you want to put that towards 2 more things, please let me know. This is loud. I need to turn this down a bit. I know you can't hear it. That's true. They did say that, Loner. It's fine, Mr. Ed. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It is a very strange Metroid game. Cannot disagree. If it's not obvious during the break, two games got funded, which obviously, because your games take priority over my games, we're going to play first. That's how that works. Armored Core 6, Batman, Stream of Nations, and Ratchet, and Clank Block. So first, thank you, Little Billy. I'll put yours towards Star Trek Online, FF14 Dawn Trail, and Bug Fables. And thank you, Dark Prince Revan, very, very much. Armored Core 6, Batman, Stream of Nations, and the Ratchet and Clank Block. I don't even know how long this game is. The Messenger is a platformer. So, you know, most platformers are short by definition. You all do. Okay. I didn't see Noctis's... God, this music is piercing. Hang on. It's just... Oh, nope. That's all better. We might have to turn down the whole thing. Here you go. You can listen to it now. Noctis, if you're there, could you do me a weird favor and refresh your stream? And if, upon doing so, a button might pop up. And upon that happening, maybe hit that button, please. Go ahead and set up the actual announcements now. It's just that really particularly piercing style of music, you know, it really hurts my ears. You can hear it. It's right there. Good morning, Dark Day. Or night, as the case may be. Hello, Ect. And thank you, Vincent, very, very much, as always. So, what? Yeah, no, exactly, Loner. It's the, I believe the term is register of the instrument that just kind of hurts my ears. There it is. Thank you, Noctis Exel. Appreciate you. I will jot that down for Henry Stickmin, Epic Battle Fantasy V, and Siphon Filter Omega Strain. Yeah, go for it, Ect. I have already written it down. I think I mentioned that to you, but go for it. Destroy it! Splinter Cell, Chaos Theory. Why do all of your games have such long names, Judo Joker? Mercenaries, World of Destruction, Siphon Filter, Omega Strain. Thank you, Judo Joker, very, very, very much. I do always appreciate you. Probably Dark Prince Revan. And on top of that, I can actually do my own donation animations pretty easily. All I have to do is come up with a GIF and trigger it to either a sub coming in, bits coming in, or a major donation came in, which, paying attention, I've already done that. Like, I don't think there's anything past that that's really worth doing. I think the Doomslayer would be better matched up against the Black Empire. My opinion. And thank you, Zerfrin. Sorry I didn't say hi. There's so many people I haven't said hi to. A lot of people here for some strange reason. I don't know why y'all are here watching me. Who wouldn't be excited about that, Yura? So, thank you, Zephyrin. I've got that for the PMD block, Republic Commando, and the RTS block. And thank you very, very much, Dark Day. I will put that down for Dragon Quest XI, the Doom block, and my choice. Thank you, everyone. Speaking of thank yous, this is one of the 2 games I actually know who donated towards it, because, you know, obviously this is after, because these just got funded. I've got the info as opposed to the earlier games, which I'm going to have to reverse engineer who donated towards what. But anyways, thanks to Savicom, Nidayan, oh my god, Pesnator, Berenian, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton, Overseer USA, Valerian Wraithwall, Tastenhauer, Dame Celeste, Ginger Ninja, Mr. Red, Bragwin, the Wizard of Pog, and our majority shareholders, which are Voice of Authorita, Man with Heel, and Jesse's Mask, and also the person who put this on the list, Timonash. Thank you, all of you, very, very much for keeping the lights on. This is probably going to be about a 3-day game, roughly. And then we've got the Messenger, which should be relatively quick. And thank you again, Judo Joker. Always appreciate it. And I am glad that you got your account back, Zactaf, especially over something so ridiculous. Do you want to put that also towards the 3 days... the 3 games of the 2 long names, Judo Joker? Get rid of that. Close this up. What do you think of this music? Speaking of which, I actually do have 3 sources of water in front of me. So that should be fun. Oh god, trails. Oh god, trails. I mentioned Sunday that I actually did some looking into getting a text-to-speech program working on the computer. Trails is specifically the reason for that. Thank you, Alchemist. I will jot that down for Borderlands 2, FTL, Armored Core 6. Thank you. Yeah, it reminds me of the music in that game that was trying very, very hard to be Chrono Trigger and failing at it. Remember, you can pick 3 things, Potato, but I'll put one of those towards Republic Commando. How do you get to work with games? You don't! I failed. Put very simply. So that's going towards GTA 6, Cyberpunk, and Majesty Gold. Yeah, no, I failed. I give up. I give up. I could not get it working. So I didn't. Alright. Let's do this. Which ones did I try to... Yes! Yeah, WoW actually has a built-in text-to-speech. Screw this story. This story sucks. Oh my god, that's just so jittery and stuttery. Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go. No, I wasn't kidding, my Kamado. I didn't find anything. Problem is, pulling text-to-speech is easy. That's actually baked into Windows. As long as the program in question is actually outputting text. Games don't output text, or at least they don't necessarily output text. So when a game has a pop-up of text that just shows up, you know, on a window, that's not actually text in the way that Windows can acknowledge it. It's usually a string that's being pulled and then pasted over an image, which is different. There are people who have done the insane. What they do is they rip all the text from the game into a text file and then have that to do text-to-speech, but the problem with that is obvious. Ripping the text is easy, organizing it not so much. And then playing it on command, much harder. Thank you very much, Duralis. I do always appreciate you. Except for the dial before thing. No appreciation there. Alt tab. I can't alt tab. Woo! Thank God I can alt tab. Back to its ESO. Diablo 4. And Dragon Age 4. A game that will suck. Potato will also put it towards the Pixel Remaster block. And for 14, Dawn Trail. Done. How does WoW do it? WoW's is built in. So, like, for example, what WoW is doing is it pulls that text string as it's being pasted and then dumps it over to the text-to-speech program baked into the game, and then runs that through Windows' text-to-speech options. In other words, the game itself is doing the hard part of putting the text into Windows for you. That's why it's an accessibility option. This is really loud. Oh God. See you around, Dark Prince Ribbon. Have a good day at work. And thank you very, very much, Game Geek. Hang on just 1 second. No, don't. Yeah, I think I'm agreeing with you. Listen to that. It's not ambience. Listen. Here's the ambience. Like, here's ambience. I will put that towards MLP, G5, Streaminations, DBZ Kakarot, and Republic Commando. Is it under why is the ambient sound under sound and not ambient? That's really confusing. And no, I have not, Roman Cure, to answer your question. That would be awesome. I'm astonished there isn't just a program that is designed to rip text for text-to-speech. Like, I cannot believe we don't have that as a society at this point. I know that sounds strange, but, like, we have plenty of people with vision issues. Or people who are just straight up blind. And we have some pretty crazy technology. Wander Song, the Henry Stickmin collection, but I can't put the third thing towards the Messenger Roman Cure, because that's the next game we're streaming, like in like 3 or 4 days. I mean, you're right, Von Falkenstein. People are just like, eh. One of the things I will always praise WoW for is their accessibility options, because, you know, not many companies prioritize that. Anyways. Okay. Oh yeah, speaking of which, someone asked what the accessibility... So we've got higher contrast, instant dialogue, change the text size, photosensitivity, notification time, voice assist! Oh my god!
Voice assist volume. Voice assist speed. Voice assist speed. Voice assist speed. Voice assist speed. Photo sensitivity options.
Hang on, let's see if it works.
Option 1 of 3. I don't want you distracting the sisters in the library. Click underlined word to access glossary. Option 2 of 3. I need you to finish this commission by the end of April. Option 3 of 3. Keep your conversations with Brother Piero to a minimum. Options. Language.
So, this is what text-to-speech sounds like.
Microsoft
Voice assist.
For the record, I should mention there are better text-to-speech programs that you could get working for something like this. They cost money. In fact, actually, more to the point, they are they're a subscription fee. I legitimately thought about going ahead and buying it until I saw it was a sub. And I don't like subbing for stuff like that, just kind of as a general rule. So I didn't. So these are the free ones, which are just built into Windows.
Microsoft Zyra Desktop.
Voice assist speed. Voice assist Microsoft.
Voice assist volume.
Yeah, let's
Voice assist micro off.
I'll kill my throat, thanks. Actually, I do agree with you, Von Falkenstein, to be quite frank, but whatever. However, point where it's due. Plus to gameplay. Accessibility options. Okay. And the abbot said to me, I don't want you distracting the sisters in the library. Up the devil's work again, are ya? Don't encourage him. Devotion to one's work can yield the pleasures of the mind superlative to those of the body. Either you need to spend more time exciting lovers, or I need to how to work the Socrates way. How did you reply to the abbot, Andreas? It's not my fault God made me this handsome. He. You're insufferable. Alas, this Christian faith views desire less favorably than I did in my time. I am physically incapable of a German accent. I can't even do a British accent. Come on. Perhaps this longing for you will instill in them a greater appreciation for beauty. Right. Try telling that to the abbot next time, Andreas. Despite the abbot's ire, you must endure. Soon you will have finished both the abbot's work as well as your masterpiece. And then you will return to Nuremberg, where marriage and your new life as a master awaits you. Nuremberg, the free imperial city of the Holy Roman Empire. Major trade center and city of the arts, including printing. They have printing there? Holy crap! Yes, marriage to someone he's never met. Hardly ideal. Well, the alternative is becoming a philosopher. Oh, Jesus. You should definitely get married. Is she pretty, at least? Who knows? That's not why I'm doing it anyways. It is growing late. The wheel of time stops for no man, Andreas. I fear you must leave us. Ah, true, your majesty. Will you visit us again soon? Hopefully, but it's out of my control, your majesty. As are many things, trust in Providence. Grobian, please let's see Andreas safely home. Okay, hang on. First. Damn it, Judo Joker. See, the problem is, the only British accent I can really do with any kind of consistency is not what most people really think of when they think of British. But anyways, I've said several times, the grain is best. I've said several times that if you can't do good mouth flaps, lip syncing, then don't do them at all. I appreciate that they're not doing them at all here, legitimately. I've noticed they are animated. They move around. They kind of have little motions. Their head dangles bob. They blink. But there's no mouth flaps. And that's good, because that would probably suck. Unless they're just going... And that would also similarly suck. Yeah, we got a night in a watermelon. No, we're definitely giving the glossary a plus. I don't remember where we put that, because we've encountered that before. Give me a moment. Let me check the spreadsheet here really quick. And while we're checking the spreadsheet, you can spend real money to fight each other in chat. And then be able to... And pull up Twitter. No, I know we did it in Tyranny, but Tyranny is not a current review. But I feel like we've done at least one game that is Modern that did that. Was it Baldur's Gate 3? Or was it Age of Decadence? Or was it Wasteland 3? It was one of the CRPGs, I'm almost certain of it. Hey, Tastenauer. How be ye? Witcher 3 probably did, but that's also a previous thing. Although Witcher 3 did have the bestiary. It was Crusader Kings 3, wasn't it? It was Crusader Kings 3. I was way off base. Now that was different. That was pure gameplay, I think. But let me just check my notes really quick here. It's okay. This music isn't destroying my ears, and ergo, hopefully, it's not destroying yours either. The highlight system. Yep, there it is. Now, again, in Crusader Kings 3, the highlight system was purely a gameplay thing. So unfortunately, it doesn't actually help. It don't help. We'll go find another example. We might actually be setting precedents here. Destruction! Damn it, kill Jaden. I think I find myself agreeing with Darkrai. I promised myself I'd never agree with Darkrai again. Not after last time. Let me double check something really quick. Yeah, I think okay, let's put another story. So yeah. Okay, so precedents set. And that'll come up if we ever review games like Tyranny or Pillars of Eternity 1 or Pillars of Eternity 2. Or, there's another one I was thinking of that does that. I think it's Pathfinder does that? Or FF13, yeah. Plus to the data log in FF13. 3 negatives to the data log in FF13. Hey, Narset, thank you very, very much for the sub, as always. I will jot that down. Yeah, the Obsidian Plus, exactly. They've been pretty consistent about that for a while. And, hey. Dungeon Siege 2. I played 3 recently. Persona 3R. B3, actually. And Heaven's Vault. Okay. Of course, Your Majesty. Until next time, Andreas. Until next time, Your Majesty. Pay no mind to the other fools, Andreas. But that one's licking the boat. I never do. I enjoyed it quite a bit, admittedly, Narset, but I should mention I've never played 1 or 2. At least I would if they'd stop stepping on my feet. Watch where you're going. They're fools, Andreas. No point in trying to teach them anything. I know old John wants you to endure the abbot's crap, but since I take you home, I get the last word. Don't let him run you ragged, boy. He's just trying to keep order. I'm an outsider. Right, an outsider he brought in. If he wants your work, he has to deal with you as you are. Would you please stop? I give up. Take me home, Grovian. As you wish, Andreas. Good morning, Ursula. Why are you poking me with a stick? Go, Ender. I like the different text there. Time to get up. The Baron. April 1518. I knew we were 1600s somewhere. Interesting. So I'm already thinking a +2 nation and probably the left one, Loner. The stylized one. If it's bothering people, I can switch. I figured since I'm reading everything anyways. Brickwork and sprite work. So I'm going to go ahead and be very honest. I can't stand this visual style. I think it looks awful. But that's a preference thing. It's still very well done and still very well executed. So we are almost assuredly going to give positives for brickwork and sprite work because, let me look at it. Or rather, I guess, here. Look at it. I had another thought. Okay. The Picatrix, Key of Solomon, the Heptameron, Prior Ferenc. Keeps giving me all these books to read. Who's Prior Ferenc? This guy, apparently. Okay, cool. I really should clean this up. So do it, you dumbass. God. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Another day, another few pages for the Abbot, and hopefully a few for myself. I need to get across town and head up to the Abbey so I can start work at the Scriptorium. So there's me. Interesting. What don't I like about it? Yes. It's just a preference thing. That's it. I don't have anything to add to that. Daughter of Peter and Clara, half-sister of Eva and Big Jorg. The brother we're going to see is the artist of something, Abbey, known for his kindness and helpful nature. Brother Piero is also respected as a master painter, specializing in works of extraordinary color. Originally from Hungary, Ferenc is prior of Abbey and is responsible for running the Scriptorium, known for his interest in esoteric books. Why is this? Oh, there's the Abbey. Oh, jeez, that's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that in Walkenstein. So we're going to call it Abbey from now on. So we got to go to the Abbey. The most negative thing that's still got at least one positive. Yeah, actually, gross factor. Kirso. For example, Bloodborne. I did give Bloodborne negatives for gross because it's the grossest game I've ever played to date. However, I also gave it positives for gross because it was part of the atmosphere and the vibe and the, the brickwork, for like a better way to put that. I like how I can just go to bed. Come on. There we go. I'm sorry, Svatoslav. Where's my mouse? Okay, there it is. Andre or... Agreed. Good morning, Andreas. Did you sleep well? Yes, very well, thank you. Now, this is interesting. So, I started using space to interact with stuff, and you notice my mouse cursor's... Well, okay, you can't see it, but my mouse cursor's gone. I have to then actually do this... Ah! There we go. To get my mouse cursor back. So it really is controls or cursor, and no in-between, which is interesting. I don't know, Svatoslav? Anyway, I know you'll be off to the Abbey, so I packed you some food. Almonds, cheese, and some of the rye you like from almonds. Ooh, almonds and cheese. That was cute. Otto wanted me to ask you to join him for dinner at the Abbey. Oh, who is this Otto? No, wait. Otto. Who is Otto? It's that guy. Okay, cool. Actually, I did, Zephyrin. I had to take cursive lessons along with typing lessons because I'm old. Yes, around dawn. Yeah, I like that too, Von Falkenstein. Here you are, Andreas. Let's Too kind of you, Clara. Many thanks. Master Andreas, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, I mean, could we... What? Would it be too much trouble if you paid next month's rent today? And if we raised it by 2 groschen? What's a groschen? A thick type of silver coin, minted throughout the Holy Roman Empire. Groschen are typically worth 12 pfennigs, but may be minted at different values. I hate to ask, but we're behind on our taxes to the Abbey. 2 months behind. Peter's losing his hair over it. Even more than usual, I mean. Peter's that guy. It's the thing longer! Sorry. I mean, obviously I have no problem paying her, but, like, what I want to know is, why are the taxes unexpected? Like, where did this come from? Peter says her taxes didn't go up for years, but ever since we've been married, it's just gone up and up. It used to be that if we didn't have the money, we could make payment in kind with some of our crops. The abbot stopped that last year. Now if we don't get a good price from the miller, it's hard to give the abbey its share. I know it's not your problem, Andreas, and Peter is too proud to ask you himself. Can you find it in your heart to help us out? Yeah. Oh, bless you, Andreas. And may God bless you, and may St. Luke watch over you today. Who's St. Luke? Christian evangelist and patron saint of artists and physicians, often represented by a winged bull. Speaking of St. Luke, how was your masterpiece coming along? It's been 2 months now, hasn't it? Slowly, I'm afraid. Most of my days are spent doing work for the Abbey. It's only during the Divine Office that Prior Ferenc allows me to work on the masterpiece. A reasonable restriction, but slow going. City Council doesn't require it to become a master. I'm making it mostly to show clients, and for my own sake. And yes, when I do finish, I'll go back to Nuremberg, where I'll marry and open a workshop of my own. Yes, but there's only a few ones that are in English von Falkenstein. I can get ones that are not in English. From Nuremberg to a university and now traveling the world as an artist. What a life you've ahead of you, Master Andreas. Yes, I suppose it feels like I'm starting a new chapter of my life after the incident. Must be rather frightening, starting all over again. I owe it to my family. They helped me even after I dropped out of the university. I cannot let them down. I'm sure you make your family proud. Nope! Anyway, I don't know anything about art, but I've seen you sketching such beautiful things in your little book. Your masterpiece must be wonderful. Hard to say till it's done. That's no way to think about it. I'm sure it'll be treasured when it's finished. Now, I have to get back to my own work. Have a good day at the Abbey, Andreas. We'll see you after Vespers for supper. A monastic hour at dusk, one of the major prayer hours, usually followed by supper. Not tonight, but thank you. Klaus Drucker invited me over for supper. It's that guy. Of course. Wait, I gotta do German. Of course, please. Say hello to the Druckers for us. Of course. Until later, Clara. I will be speaking to you at later time from this one. There you go. There's German. One terrible impression. Two terrible impressions. But I will not be drinking wine. There are other things to be consumed in the beautiful evening. Yes, yes. Wait, Count Dracula? The Count? Excuse me? I don't know why I said Dracula. The Count is Slavic? I always knew. It's the purple skin. That's what gave it away. That's right, we drink bread. Today we will be drinking all of the bread. It will be quite delicious. God bless you, Andreas. Oh, sorry. Kept having the accent there. Oh, yes, Andreas. This weather's been god-awful. This town's gone to crap since my days. Were things better in the old days? I hate that attitude, by the way. I was actually just talking about that yesterday. The good old days don't exist. They never did. It's different as beer and piss. What's the difference, then? The old abbot didn't bother us much about our customs. He didn't mind if we left a little offering to Percha to keep the skies clear, the weather fair. I knew it, you're heathens. The pagan goddess of the Alps, associated with animals and spinning wool. She's still invoked by some Christians in Austria, Switzerland, Bavaria, and Swabia. Matthias knew that God was in our hearts. Christ was in our hearts, excuse me. Even if the white lady's name was on our lips. Right. That's true! Mass Effect 1, a game that barely scored positive, did exist, and then was replaced by something even better, even more superior, and with... sorry. So, we had customs, the kind that scare away witches and keep spirits from calling storm clouds over our farms. The saints weren't the first to watch over Tassing. My father knew that. Old Rannig Kemper knew that. The late husband of Ottilia. That bastard abbot may not like it, but some of us keep the traditions alive. There's only one thing to do about that. It's time for a good old-fashioned hanging. Time to make a posse. Yeah, I'm not going to mention this. The abbey. Percha's hounds take the abbot. I should go. No, Actually, I've noticed that too, Von Falkenstein. It's probably being done... I kind of called this, actually. It's probably being done because more and more people are suspicious of the more obvious and overt predatory practices. So instead, the phone games are just like, hey, don't worry. Like, you don't have to do all these horrible, terrible microtransaction-y things. Just allow us to have access to all of your information, and then they just sell that. Yep, a score of 40. Which is net positive, but below averagely good. But you're right, it is at least a net positive. Someone remind me what Mass Effect 2 scored, really quick. No reason. Good morning, Big Jorg. How's it going? You working today? Just taking a rest for a bit. Dad's still in the field. He hit a big rock with the plow, and it took God knows how long to pull it out. You off to the Abbey? Every day but Sunday. Right, thank God for Sundays. Smells like a storm's coming, no? It smells like fresh alpine air to me. You've been traveling too much. Where was it you spent your wandering years, during which a journeyman, artist, or craftsman travels far and wide to improve their skills? Before he came to Tassing. Okay. So, Basel, which gives us some Italian and French, and can reference cultural touchstones from Basel and nearby Bern, Zurich, and Freiburg. The Low Countries, Dutch and French, Antwerp, Bruges, and Ghent, or Italy, Italian, a little Greek, and can reference cultural touchstones from Florence, Venice, and Milan. Interesting. What do y'all think? I'm leaning towards Italy myself. We could get Italian and French from Basil, but if we do Italian, we could get Italian and Greek. I mean, yeah, it would make sense that an artist would go to the Mediterranean. Oh, my back. Ah. Hell, I believe Mass Effect 2 is still the top 5th, right? The number 5 slot? If I'm not misremembering. It should go StarCraft 2, Diablo 3, Mario Wonder, GTA 5, and Mass Effect 2. I believe that's the top 5. Yeah, screw it. Let's do Italy. Commit. Italy, Florence for a while, but Venice... Hang on. Milan, one of the largest cities in Europe. Milan was once a major city-state in the Italian peninsula before becoming part of the Spanish Habsburg Empire. It's an economic and cultural power due to its position along central trade routes. Florence, home to the powerful Medici family, who rules the city for centuries. Florence is known for its artistic patronage, hosting artists and thinkers including Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, and other Ninja Turtles. Venice, one of the most powerful republics of the Italian peninsula, sitting on the northwest coast of the Adriatic Sea. Venice is a major center for commerce and art in southern Europe. Italy. No wonder your senses are dull. You've been down there too long. Spend enough time in the mountains, you'll be able to smell a storm coming. How long will that take? 10, 15 years. I don't think I had that long, Big Jorg. What'd you spend all that time in Italy doing anyway? Other than art, I mean. We were a hedonist! 1512? Early 15s, act. Craftsman. Bookworm. Rapscal. Oh, yeah. Oh my god. It's all the reading. I get yawn attacks when I read out loud a lot. You know this. You know this. You walked into this. You knew what you're getting into. So hedonist sounds blah. Craftsman sounds boring. Bookworm is interesting. Rapscallion, and business. So what do you think? Bookworm, which is we spent all our non-working time reading as many books as possible, or businessman? Self-promotion, optimizing business expenses, making investments, and balancing the books. Yeah, I feel like I'm leaning businessman too. Alright, let's do it. Commit. Learning how to run a business, the art will come with time, but how to manage finances, deal with clients. I have to secure my place in the world when I become a master. That's gonna come from coin. You're a smart man, Andreas. Wish I could say anyone in my family knew anything about business. Most years, we barely have enough to get by. Peasant's lot, I suppose. Yep, don't worry, that'll change in about 400 years, maybe, something like that. Anyway, I have to get going. Jorg, let's go. Dad's already acting like I'm taking too long, even though I did all the work to get that rock out. See you later, Andreas. Well, I wouldn't worry about it too much. I'm sure Martin Luther's silly little pamphlets he's nailing to a church door won't really cause any kind of major, colossal, continent-changing events or anything. Adventures. Interesting loading screens. Andreas, good timing. You have a moment to lend me a hand? Yeah, what's up? Wonderful. I got too many irons in the fire. Listen, I can't say like 80% of the con, and it just doesn't work that way, Lunar. Or 30 or 80 or 60 or whatever. Anyways, I miscounted how many I put in. Now I need a hand, else they'll overheat and I won't be able to work the metal. Here. Take the shoe and the tongs. Put the hot pot of the shoe on the anvil, and I'll hit it with the hammer. Okay, this is oddly controlling. Oh my god, this controls so badly. I have to actually hit the button slower, otherwise it goes slower. There we go. Oh, that was terrible. Like, so this is me holding down A. This is me tapping A very quickly. This is me tapping A slowly. Even then, it's not consistent. I do not know what's wrong with this. This feels bugged. Like, it's not even accepting the input half the time. Look at this. What in the world? Listen, I know it's shocking, but I think there might be bugs in this Obsidian game. It's okay, the other game I've been playing recently is Darksiders Genesis. Now that's a buggy game, holy crap. Oh, and I did, whoever asked, I did see the trailer for the trailers, excuse me, I saw two, for Kingdoms of Amalur, or, sorry, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I'm obviously interested, just off the baseline, but the trailer was very uninteresting. There's literally only one thing that stuck with me from the trailer. Can you guess what? Thanks for the help, Andreas. I don't know what I was thinking doing all these at once. Sure would have been nice to have someone to help me out here every day. Have you considered having a child? I have. None of the boys in the village seem interested. Yeah, keep at them. I bet you could get Brett. Claws would have my head if I tried. Anyway, I don't want to take up any more of your time. I'll see you in Otto up by the Abbey guest house for dinner. Till then. No, it's the fact that you can pet a dog. I'm dead serious. They went out of their way to show a scene of you being able to go down and pet a puppy. Now, I have no interest in dogs myself, because I'm not a pet person. But it stuck with me because that's the kind of thing you deliberately go out of your way to put into your trailer. Like, that doesn't happen by accident, right? Martin, please, can you give me a hand here? What do you want? I'm keeping an eye on him. Well, it looks a lot like standing there and doing nothing. Martin, for someone's Christ's sakes, help your cousin. Morning, Andreas. Excuse us, one of the fence rails fell and the sheep started hopping it. Martin, idiot! Are you going to help them? Have you ever handled sheep before? No. Then no, but thank you. Christian of you to offer. Oh, look, there's something going on up at Steinhauer's place. Yeah, a lot of pointing. Who's that on the horse? Looks rich. I don't know, Martin, but Lucky's giving him an earful. I haven't seen Lucky that worked up since Peter and Clara's wedding when Johan pulled his pants down. Right. Knocked two of my man's teeth out. You don't want to feel the strength behind a stonemason's anger. Oh God, he's a stonemason! He keeps the metric system down. He made Steve Gutenberg a star. Alright, I'm done. Do you think he's a noble? He looks really rich. Damn it, Martin. Stay out of trouble for once. What, Antedu? Behave yourself. We have enough to deal with right now. Andreas, if you wouldn't mind moving your skinny little body up the road, we need to get the sheep under control. Of course. See you later. And also, help your aunt and cousin, alright? How's it going? Oh, morning, Andreas. How's it going? Morning, class. Another day at the Abbey. Another few hours to work on my masterpiece. Good to hear. You still coming by for supper tonight? Mary and Bert would love to see you. Really need to see these new woodcuts I have for Italian edition of Till Eulenspiegel, the titular character of a popular 15th century book. Till is a prankster, continually exposing the vices and hypocrisy of others. He is also quite skilled at tricking people into smelling, touching, or eating his excrement. I didn't realize Father Thomas let you print books in Italian. Come on, Andreas. He's not that strict. I know he's trying to protect people from your sloppy typesetting. But yeah, I saw immediately that he's actually got a printing press. Witchmania. Oh god, don't say that. We're less than a day's ride from Innsbruck, capital of the Austrian county of Tyrol, and major stop on the Imperial Road connecting Italy and Bavaria. It is the closest major city to Kearsau Abbey and Tassing. Notably, it was also the site of the witch trials of 1485. No need to get people around here all worked up about witches again. Besides, don't talk about witches around Father Thomas. Just a bad idea. Good to know. So, supper tonight, asked for Vespers? Of course. Thank you. Great. I'll tell Mary and Bert you're coming. See you then. See you later. I look forward to dry bread and porridge. God bless, Master Mala. I hope your week is going well. I think it's going quite well, Father. I'm just on my way up the hill to get to work. Good, good. Andreas, I don't recall seeing you at Sunday morning Mass. You understand how important it is for your salvation that you receive Holy Communion, don't you? I do, but I've been working on these sketches late at night, and Andreas, this is about more than your success in this life. There is... Oh, my. What a blessed day to receive such an illustrious visitor. Master Mala, this is Lorenz Bayon of Rothvogel. Great lord from the countryside near Worms. Worms, prosperous imperial free city in the western part of the empire. Located on the Rhine River, Worms has been the site of many imperial diets. Good to see you, Father Thomas. It's nice to be remembered fondly. And I wish all your neighbours here were as welcoming. Oh, yes. What brings you back to our little town? My wife and I were returning from a trip to Venice. Spent a few days in Innsbruck. It was terribly dull. I mean, it has a certain charm common to these alpine cities, but the place was crawling with nobles for the Emperor's Diet. A Diet is an imperial assembly of 3 colleges of the imperial estates of the Holy Roman Empire. The prince-electors, the princes and dukes, and representatives of the imperial cities. They meet to deliberate on matters of import within the empire. The Emperor? Was he there? Did you see him? Briefly, but he was sitting for a portrait at the time. Quite lovely, didn't want to bother him or the painter. How was Venice, my lord? Oh, fascinating. Well, the city's Jews now live in their own quarter in the north. City's artists are still producing wonderful work. Is that a C? God, I'm not even sure. Bob, in particular, is a god. No offense, father. Of course. Anyway, my wife wanted to stay a bit longer in Innsbruck, and I decided to ride ahead to make a visit to Kirsau. Father Matthias died shortly after my last visit, of course. Abbot of Kirsau before Father Gernot, widely respected by the monks and nuns and well known by the people of Tassing, known for his kindness and his love of books. Great loss for the Abbey and for us all. Indeed, by good fortune I recently came across a copy of the Historia Tassius he was reading during my last visit. An account of the early history of Tassing, Kirsau's previous abbot, Father Matthias, had a copy Baron Rothvogel brought. Oh my god, blah! Baron Rothvogel brought another to the Abbey as a gift. Father Matthias was hoping to find a second copy to corroborate the contents of the first. It contains some fascinating details about the history of this place. I'm afraid they might even cause a bit of a scandal. Yes. But I must be off. There'll be time enough to discuss Tasting's Pass later. I commissioned a manuscript from the Abbey through Father Gernot. I've come to check on its progress. Oh, my lord, if you've come to see a manuscript, you should speak with young Master Mahler here. I'm not a master because I'm not married. Andreas is a journeyman artist from Nuremberg. The next few months, he is also helping in an abbey scriptorium. A Nuremberg artist working in an abbey scriptorium in 1518? Oh, we should talk. I must know the story. Yes, a scriptorium is a room for writing, illustrating, and getting donations from J. Palmer. Thank you very, very much, J. Palmer. But yeah, colonization, not so much. Had they accessed the states, well, it would eventually become the states, yeah. All they found were savages. Savages. So that's season 24, season 1. Terminations. Ace Combat X. Seek and Destroy. Thank you, as always, J. Palmer. I hope that goes well. Of course, my lord, it would be an honor to do anything you would demand of me. Wonderful, it's so rare to find someone in the countryside who knows anything about art. Thank you for the introduction, Father Thomas. Come to supper at the Abbey tonight. I'm inviting you to the Abbot's table. Did the Abbot invite me? Oh, don't worry about it, Father. Just show up after Vespers. What's he gonna do? Refuse us? Excellent. We'll see you then. Miklos, I'm dismounting. Run ahead, take the horses off to the Abbey's guest house. I'd like to take my time talking with Master Mahler. I'll meet you there. At once, my lord. We're going to be so late to work. So, journeyman from Nuremberg. Forgive me for saying so, but you seem a little old to not yet be a master. You said you were unmarried? An unmarried man? In his teenage years? Barbaric. No, I'm not married, but in truth I came to my vocation later than my father and brothers. I was in university for a number of years at Erfurt. Erfurt? Wonderful. Same university as Martin Luther. Have you read his works? Tremendous mind. Erfurt is one of the most populous cities in the empire, located near its heart. It has been home to a respected university since 1379. It is a center for humanist thought. Martin Luther is a priest and professor of theology at the University of Wittenberg. Controversial for his opinions on the church's sale of indulgences to forgive sin, which were recently published and distributed throughout the empire. No issues will come from that whatsoever. He says things about the church that should have been said years ago. Might get him into trouble, but he's a brave, brilliant man. Wait, you may have even met him. Did you? Oh, you must tell me. No, he was a few years ahead of me. Still, his ideas are fascinating. I agree wholeheartedly. I simply must meet him if I get the chance. I wonder if the good brothers of the Abbey have heard of him. Perhaps they have even read his list of 95 the 95 Theses, a list of propositions against the Church's practice of selling indulgences for the remission of sin, in 1517 by Martin Luther. Father Matthias is not above having a lively debate. I hope Father Gernot does not disappoint in that regard. But enough about the Luther for now. Tell me about your university studies. Really, really small touch. I appreciate the extra little tidbits. Yes, Wenlock. I appreciate the little tidbits of flavor. Like the birds that just flew by. There's some butterflies in the lower left. There's some little beetles in the lower right. The windmill is turning in the upper left. And every now and again, and I haven't seen it for a moment, but I've seen it before, there'll be like a wisp of like a line just going through to indicate the wind blowing through the area. It helps make it look more than just a picture. Yeah, like right there over there on the right. Yeah, it's functionally doodadding, but it's being presented in a way it usually isn't. It's like how in most Zelda games, we'll be talking about that in about a week or so, or more like 2 or 3 weeks, and how most Zelda games, while the graphics may not be mind-boggling, they usually do a lot with movement, with animation, to try and make the area look more alive than it is. Credit where credit is due. What do I put that under? I guess that is animation. Hey, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins. I am feeling neither, but I appreciate the kind thoughts. Oh, and speaking of which, hi everyone who I haven't said hi to. I know there's a lot of people who have said hello, and I haven't specifically said hello, and I apologize. Yeah, they're just like bzz, bzz, like right. They're just pitch black too, aren't they? Just right. Yeah. Oh my God, there's one on me! There's one on me! Ah! No, my family is merely wealthy enough to have provided me with all the books and tutors a child could dream of. I love all knowledge from Aristotle and Cicero to Phinio and Erasmus and whatever these other names are. Aristotle. You know who Aristotle is. Erasmus of Rotterdam, a Dutch priest and philosopher who's preeminent amongst northern humanists. He's known for his works in Latin and Greek, as well as his calls for reform within the church. Ficino, Marsilio Ficino, was a 15th century Italian priest and humanist. He was one of the leading figures of the Italian Renaissance. He is well known for his translations of the books of Plato into Latin. Cicero, a statesman, scholar, lawyer, and a main character in Skyrim. He's renowned as an orator of the late Roman Republic. He is revered both for his contributions to Latin, literature, and his skill at rhetoric. Wait, hang on, what's this? That's an odd choice. Yeah, no, that is really buggy. Like, I can't move the screen normally. I have to do the same stuttering thing I was doing with the thing. I think that's just straight up bugged. That is probably negative worthy. We'll jot that down as a maybe. Guaranteed von Falkenstein. I mean, it's an Obsidian game. I hate to hit that joke again. It's not a joke. It's an Obsidian game. I may have misjudged the Baron. It seems he's as well read as any university student. In truth, I am simply happy to speak with another well-educated man. Now then, how did you earn your doctorate? What? Oh. That's cute. Only a master's degree. I started working towards a doctorate but didn't finish. Oh, that's a shame. Well, what was your area of study? Okay. So I've been assuming... That's interesting. I have been assuming that was... the font thing was to indicate voice. But that right there indicates it's actually our perception of the person. Because so far we've seen 4 text formats. One is the printer, obvious. One is the crude text. One is the non-legible text, that was for the child. And then one is the fancy text. And the peasant script, he just got upgraded from peasant script to fancy script live, indicating we have upped our own perception of the man. Not that he's speaking differently. That is interesting. And awful. We are a terrible human being. So, we studied theology, imperial law, or medicine, and imperial law, or, anything else. So theology is Catholic theology, biblical knowledge, canon law, heresies and subjects, or biology, medicine, and illness. Imperial law! The fractured systems of law that govern the various states of the Holy Roman Empire. Imperial law. I'm sorry. I should hope so, Blitzer. I've already given it one. But we'll see if they do something I don't want them to do with that later. Hey, Blade Taval, there's a bug on your screen. We'll do law script. I suppose I thought I could practice in Nuremberg. I never had much interest in the subject, honestly. A bit dull for my tastes. Besides, the Empire is such a mess of jurisdictions. Bavarian law, Rhenish law, Franconian law, it's all nonsense. I'd rather use my money to pay someone who's studied the nonsense than learn it myself. You! Without any faith, I would have prayed you'd never show your face here again. Curse you, Lorenz Rothvogel. Such as dogs tearing you to pieces would be too kind to fate. Okay. These rustic communities display a shocking lack of hospitality, don't you think? Hospitality. Now, what was that about? Who knows, by the time I finish guessing, the gold crone will probably be dead. Well, what of your early time in university? Every student must study the trivium and quadrivium, yes? The trivium and the quadrivium represent the lower and upper divisions of classic liberal arts in university education. Latin grammar, logic, rhetoric form the trivium. Arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy for the quadrivium. Did you have a favorite subject? Latin, logic, orator, oculist, heavens and earth. Hopefully it's a cloud, J. Palmer, because we're in the middle of Germany here. I was thinking about medicine because I'm like 90% certain this game is going to devolve into a logic puzzle kind of a thing, and medicine would probably be helpful for that, but, whatever. I mean, orator just makes sense, but logician... The thing I don't want them to do, whoever asked that, that was... someone. It was Jay Palmer. The thing I don't want them to do is I tend to dislike it when fiction does that thing. Oh, God. Listen. Defense Against the Dark Arts is a cursed post. We all know this. Where we're playing through an unreliable narrator, and therefore we have no idea what's actually going on. It's all up to interpretation. And I hate that. I have always hated that in every medium of every fiction ever. Don't mistake me. Unreliable narrators can and have been used to good effect over the years, but not when they overdo it. Not when they do it badly. Not a big fan. The coin says orator. It's going to be completely useless. What do you want to bet? The art of persuasion, naturally, rhetoric. Ah, I assume you studied the Greeks and Romans both. Yes, Aristotle and Cicero, of course, but also the Christian thinkers like Augustine and Thomas Aquinas. True, we have less use for public discourse than senators did in the Roman Republic. Yeah, good unreliable narrator, awesome. Bad unreliable narrator, ugh. As with most tropes, it depends on how they use it. Now, this is Obsidian, so I've got some faith. Exactly. The doctors of the church weren't trying to persuade politicians, but to move their mind towards Christian truth. Then again, I have played another Obsidian game recently. It's called Dungeon Siege 3. And that game's story is probably the worst Obsidian story I've ever seen. Now, that still puts it above the average in just terms of all of gaming, but still, I was shocked. The principles remain the same. Invert your arguments. Arrange style and internalize them before delivering them to your audience. I did like the gameplay of Dungeon Siege 3 quite a bit, actually. Good inventory management, good sorting, good party switching, good co-op. The core gameplay itself was simple, but still fun, and the game was short enough that it didn't get old. I also really like the orbs thing that guides you directly to your quest, which is important because the camera was not good and the map was worse. I also enjoyed most of the boss fights. Bad examples of Unreliable neighbor off the top of my head. Of course, I can't think of one right now. I suppose Birdman would qualify, but that's a movie. It's a solid game. Like, I don't want to overpraise Dungeon Siege 3. And it's best considered to be having nothing to do with Dungeon Siege 1 and 2, narratively. But it is good for what it is. It's especially fun co-op, which is how I was playing it. Elder Scrolls. Anyways, splendid, though I suppose any artist has little use for rhetoric, especially in a place such as this. Not true, rhetoric is also an art, and like other forms of art, it should be created for the audience and its purpose. Don't you agree, Asmirastar? It can be practiced as easily in the streets of a rural town as in the curia of Rome. Yeah, please tell me, what is Rome? I have never before heard of Rome. Rome, though outshone by its northern neighbor, Florence, Rome is still the seat of power for the Catholic Church and an impressive center for the arts. Hi, Twister. It has online co-op, although I believe it has local as well. Yeah, Rome, it's delicious. You should try some, Svatoslav. A lot of pasta. And your other studies, was there anything else you excelled at? Yes, we are currently in 15-something. So we can be Latin. Oh, so we can pick logistics. Yes. Yes! Good. I will eat all the dead puppies. Look, I didn't kill the puppies, okay? I just don't want them to go to waste. Come on. There we go. Logic. Geometry. Arithmetic. Quite interesting for an artist. Was Aristotle's Organon the foundation of your study? Yes, the Organon for logic and Euclid's elements for geometry, but past few centuries have yielded wonderful new text on. Yeah, Euclid. Tell me about Euclid. Mostly known for non-Euclidean, which doesn't mean what people think it means, but that's okay because words are weird and non-Euclidean has drifted to mean something that doesn't actually mean non-Euclidean. Mathematician of ancient Alexandria, recognized as the father of geometry and most well known for his Book of the Elements, foundation of all university education on geometry. Peter Abelard provided the foundation of scholastic philosophy and established the primacy of Aristotle's work. Abelard is a 12th century French teacher, philosopher, and theologian. He is known for his philosophical work in logic, his theological work in the atonement theory. He is also remembered for his love affair with his student, the renowned Benedictine nun abbess and scholar Eloi de Liglas. The Englishman William Ochman gave us the Summa Logicae, arguing nominalism against Platonic realism. 13th and 14th century English Franciscan philosopher and theologian, known for his commentaries on Peter Abelard's 4 books of sentences, his defense of apostolic poverty, and his writings on faith and reason. And of course, Thomas Aquinas gave us the tools to employ both faith and reason in the pursuit of truth. Listen, Svatoslav, I'm just saying I'm going to take over the world, okay? It's not like a threat. It's just a statement of fact at this point. All monks and friars, of course. Great deal of work to force Aristotle to fit within the church's vision of truth. Is that so wrong? I question that these great men should have to wrestle logic into what the church established by fiat and force. Now, you will have to eat chili on a regular basis here. Is that okay? Because if it's not, well, war. Ah, there's the Abbey, which we are at this point ridiculously late for. I have good memories of this place and of Father Matthias. I was sad to hear of his passing. I stabbed him. Oh, I'm sorry. How'd you come to know him? How'd you come to know Curacao at all? My family had been patrons of Curacao for I don't know how many generations. Some years ago I heard Curacao still had a wonderful library and artisans. Strawberry! Professional artists have taken over most manuscript productions. I was shocked to find an active scriptorium here. There's not much left of it these days. 2 old men, a young scribe, and me. Perhaps it is nostalgia that brings me back here. I commissioned a manuscript through Father Gernot a year ago. I thought I'd stop by to check on its progress. Wait, are you the artist working on it? It's a prayer book with 20 illustrations. I know the work, but no. I do know the artist well, the venerable Brother Piero. That guy. Could use a trim. How venerable. He still has wits and skills, if that's what concerns you. Brother Piero has an incredible talent with color. And I very much look forward to seeing it. Miklos, tend the horses and the baggage. I'm heading up to the Abbey. Yes, my lord. As you wish, my lord. I will stab you later, my lord. Well, let's not keep the abbot waiting any longer. Nuns. Ugh! I spit upon them. Ugh! Quite unusual for a Benedictine house to have monks and nuns, even if they are separated. Founded in the 6th century, the Benedictines are a Christian monastic order that observes vows of obedience, poverty, chastity, and stability under the rule of Saint Benedict of Nursia. The church closed most of them centuries ago. But then Curacao is a place out of time in more way than one. Does it have its own options thing? Hang on. Oh, we can increase the speed. There's a big head. Why is there a big head mode? Oh, there's a writing volume. Yeah, we'll just turn that down. Interesting. Do you know Mother Cecilia? She seemed to recognize you. We're acquainted, yes. Let's leave it at that. Got it, you had sex. Nothing else to do in this kind of a town. Ah, you must be Father Gunnar. I am Lorenz, Baron of... Yeah, oh my god. Yes, the Baron of Rothvogel. So wonderful to have you here again. We actually did meet on your last visit. Ah, if you say so. I'm not good with remembering faces. Please forgive me, my lord, but I wasn't expecting you for another few days. Jesus. Yes, I know, but I wrote ahead. I just couldn't wait to see my manuscript. I'm sure it's no trouble. Yes, I mean, no, it's no trouble. Oh! Okay, here we go. Sorry, I'm looking at the thing for Shadow Machine in the background here. It looks like there's a glitch. I'm not sure why. I always like to figure out why something's screwed up, not just be like, oh, that's a screw up. Yeah, you added it to the list on the 18th of September, Shadow Machine. So I have absolutely no idea why it's not on the list. I would say Cyber Shadow is more difficult, and this is more expensive. Doing good pixel art is a lot harder to do than it sounds. As, I guess you know, Yura, but most people aren't aware of that. That's there, that's there. That's there. So why did I miss this? Is T edition here? Yeah, it's there. Well, whatever. So give me 1 second here. I'm actually pretty good at pixel art, but it is honestly time-consuming. And pixel art animation is a whole other bag. Something that most people can't do is look at a particular spreadsheet, or sprite sheet, excuse me, and be able to tell what it's doing just at a glance. What I mean by that, this is the 20... that can't be right. No, I guess it can. What I mean by that is, like, if you have just someone doing just breathing, right? Just a breathing animation. Most people looking at that sheet can't actually tell it's animated at all. Well, I don't know why that got skipped over, but I do have it written down. I even have it timestamped, and I have now added it to the list, Shadow Machine. I apologize. In a moment, I could do with a bit of refreshment. Yeah, grab something from the kitchen. That's funny, Jesse's mask. Yes, yes, certainly, my lord. I will meet you there. Got it, sir. So he is the murderer, obviously. And he's going to murder us. And then we'll play as someone else. Andreas, I don't know what you were doing with the Baron, but I need you in the scriptorium. Now. Is this a bad time to ask for an advance? Book of Hours. A type of illuminated manuscript that contains an abbreviated form of the prayers for the Divine Office in addition to other religious text. Most are relatively plain, but wealthy patrons often commission lavish examples with elaborate illustrations. Like a cat falling into a dog's back. And get to work. Okay. What's his issue? Should have asked about an advance for Gertner's taxes. Maybe I could just convince Brother Matthew to pay me early. Find a way to get paid. Give me your money, or give me your life. Or, as I like to say, your GP or your HP. I didn't come up with that. Hi, Dame Celeste. Most of these medicines were made by Agnes with some help from Sister Gertrude. St. Luke, patron of arts, also patron of healers. Bless you. God bless you, Andres. Brother Florian, how are you? The brothers and sisters are well. So am I, thank God. Andreas, have you spoken to Klaus Drucker lately? Yes, quite recently. Why? I believe he may be receiving a medicinal text from Bologna soon. Quite interested in it. One of the largest cities in Italy, Bologna has been a center of arts for centuries. It houses a well-known university, which is home to both Dante and Petrarch. Why is that hyena vomiting up a bird? Why does that bird have a face on its hindquarters? Why is that bird holding an egg in its beak? Hold on a second. I'm confused by everything here. It's not... I don't know. I stumbled over that because I don't know what to call that. Why is it... What? Because he was bored. So, I'm sorry. Apparently that is actually Latin in the background. He worked at the scriptorium since he was an artist whose university education gave him something, and then it's off the screen, so I can't actually read the rest of it. Oh, actually, maybe if I can do... If I could bully the camera into moving. Oh my god, these controls. Come on. Come on. Ah, okay, here we go. So what does this say? What does this say? Give me a second. Andreas was also an expert in writing. 3- and 4-year courses were convenient and provided a great foundation of learning on which he drew. Even though his knowledge was universal, he was inexperienced. Interesting. Sorry, I was just curious. Him. I believe he may have a medicinal tech from Bologna soon. I'm quite interested in it. You speak Italian? Sorry, you read Italian. Ah, no, little Italian, and my Latin is not as good as I would like. I was hoping Brother Piero could help me, if he has the time. I'm sure he'll make the time. He's a patient teacher. That he is. I will see you later, Andreas. Until then. Whee. Oh my god, there's so many places to go! Ah! Okay, hold up. No. Listen, Jesse's Mask, I'm busy, I need money! The only quest I have is making money, not doing work. Big difference. So... Brother Matthew, Father Gernot. Who are you? You are nobody. Hey, it's a guy. Andreas, God bless you. So good to see you. Why does he always fill in the religious stuff last? He's done that consistently. Good morning, Brother Piero. Good to see you as well. I don't like this weather. My bones ache. It means a storm's coming. Big Yor Gertner says if you live here 10 or 15 years, you can smell storms coming. Brother Adri has been here long enough that we can always smell him coming. Do not forget, Brother Guy, the fate of youths who jeered the aged prophet Elisha outside of Bethel. Are you comparing yourself to a prophet, Brother Edok? I am comparing you to an impotent youth whom the Lord, in his ineffable wisdom, may choose to strike down. I'm going to back away from that. Everyone seems quite lively. I suppose that means Friar Ferenc is not overseeing us today. He was here, but then he heard Lorenz Rothvogel had arrived and he hurried out like a little mouse. Yeah, I know who he is, thanks, game. Really? Jesse's mask. Interesting. Ferenc is so desperate to impress that the abbot and nobles like Rothvogel. It's pathetic. You feign kindness to Father Abbot and our prior only to speak about them like this behind their backs. It's shameful. Oh no, burn Rothvogel. His manuscript. I just realized that he will want to see his manuscript. How silly of me. Of course that's why he's visiting. Yeah. Perhaps if you were younger and fast, you wouldn't need to worry so much about patrons' visits. Guys, someday you'll stand where Piero is and a young monk will stand where you are now. Humph. Yeah, what's the problem? The Baron's just one client. He has to wait in line like anybody else. Andreas, Baron Rothvogel's not like anyone else. He has powerful friends, including the Prince Bishop of Freising. Freising? Religious and secular ruler of the scattered territories of the Holy Roman Empire, including the lands containing Tassing and the Abbey. Kirso is already out of favor. Father Abbot does not want to have to deal with more attention. Well, if Prior Fenric isn't here, I'm going to work on my masterpiece till he arrives. Or I could talk to Brother Matthew and... Okay, whatever. That's right, I need to reference the Inder Mauer, prominent family of the Swiss Confederacy and Austria. What do you want, Andreas? A book. The Inder Mauer manuscript. The Book of Hours. Your hair looks messy today. Did you get enough sleep? What do you mean? I mean, did you sleep alone? Or... Why would you want to know? It'd be nice to have something to think about during the divine reading. Can I just get the book, please? Ugh, it's all the way upstairs. Can't you get by without it? I'm sorry, but I really can't. I need to reference it for my work. Really? My feet hurt and the stairs are so steep. I'm just gonna ask her to get it. Sister! Andreas needs help finding a book, and I don't know where it is. Andreas? Sister, I'd like to borrow this manuscript. It's the third time I've said this now. Yes, I overheard. Here, please return it promptly. Why is there a snail? Alright. Thank you. What, Piero? Andreas, may I see how your masterpiece is coming? Of course, your opinion's always welcome. Yes, the composition is lovely. There is a joyful spirit in the arrangement of the figures. The contrast of colors is also quite nice. Rich and beautiful on their own, but not overpowering the scene. It doesn't feel right, and I don't know why. It's an excellent interpretation of someone else's work. But that's what the client wants. What do you want? Where are you in this work? I want to do a good job. I want my clients to be satisfied. You think you'll do a good job if you thoughtlessly imitate another artist's work. What does this painting represent? It's November. In November, we show peasants leading the pigs into the forest to forage on acorns before the slaughter. Andreas, the peasants here are no longer allowed to forest acorns in the forest. Many great lords and abbots across the empire have forbidden it, even Father Gernot. What difference does it make? This is the way November is painted. But not the way November is. Art is illusion storytelling, but in their most sublime forms, these images illuminate a path to truth. I mean, they keep mentioning that truth thing. This masterpiece is a way for me to impress patrons. I can't be concerned with anything else. If money were all you truly cared about, there are more profitable professions than that of an artist. Andreas, you know the power of art to move people as well as to convey truth. Even something as simple as a boon of hours can illuminate a transcendent wisdom. But you need not listen to my opinions. They are just the thoughts of an old monk. There's no place for the monastic scriptory anymore. In truth, this room is a place out of time. Why is that? Why has Kearsall kept this up for so long? Some people, some places, have a difficult time letting go of the past. I am not among them. Remember, the good old days sucked and didn't exist. Creation of books, of art, is no longer the province of monasteries. So be it. More people will be able to write, more will be able to read, and in so doing, be brought to truth. I think there'll always be a place for artists like you and Brother Adok. And Brother Guy. It's kind of you to say so, Andreas, but you need not be concerned for me. I have lived a long life, and am happy to have served the Lord. When he calls for me, I am ready. Whoa! Okay. Time passes. Now pay me! Give me my money. I start beating up the abbot. Give me my money! Give me my money! Sorry. Where's the time gone? It's already... Terce. Monastic hour corresponding to 9 a.m. One of the little hours of prayer. Terce precedes Mass and the chapter meeting. Too much talk. I must ask forgiveness for not honoring the rule. Rule of St. Benedict of Nursia is a book of instructions for monks living together under the guidance of an abbot. Written in the 6th century, the rule provides the principle for living a monastic life. I mean, again, 30 Years' War. Like, we're, what, on the very cusp of the 30 Years' War here? Until later, Andreas. Until later. Or am I misremembering my dates, in which case ignore me. Yeah, the good old times, Svatoslav! Even when this game is set, it's, you know, a little while ago. What's going on in there? I'm just planning murder. Infinite murder. One moment, please. Now I gotta look something up. This just came out 2 years ago. Ah, you're right. I actually had a century off. That's hilarious. This game literally occurs 100 years to the T before the 30 Years' War. There we go. 1500, or 1600, excuse me. There's the Protestant Reformation. Let's see. The Majapahit, problems were starting to happen. That's cool. The Ottomans started being their thing. Yep. More plague. Gotta have more plague. Very important. It looks like we are 1 year after the 95 thesis. To explain why it's still on everyone's lips. Okay. Alright, what do you want? What do you want? Andreas, what was that noise? Sorry, Sister Illuminati. I knocked a bowl of paint to the floor. Then Prior Farron came in, wrote with one of the books, slammed it closed, and left. He was in a hurry. I don't think he even noticed me. He was slamming books shut? Prior Farron should know better than that. Some of these manuscripts are quite delicate. Yeah, he seemed to be in a great hurry. I think he's on edge since Baron Bob arrived early. Which is why books should not be taken out of the library unless it's necessary for divine reading or a work in the scriptorium. Are you still mad at me for borrowing this thing? Chronica Clara, the Clear Chronicle, a history of the universe from creation to 1082, written by Irish monk Marinius Scotus. The Divine Reading. The Lectio Divina is a thoughtful reading of meditation and scripture. The practice leads to prayer and contemplation. It's a daily part of life in Benedictine communities. Are you still mad at me for that? No, anger is not an appropriate response for a nun. So that's a yes, then. The fact remains you tricked me into giving you that book for no valid reason. Not valid? Is it not valid to want to see one of the works of the great Irish scribes? One who wrote masterworks that even now grace libraries in Cologne, Fulda, Mainz? Fulda is a town built around an old Benedictine abbey near the center of the empire. Fulda's abbots are imperial princes who wield great power. Mainz is located on the Rhine River, home of the Archbishop of Mainz, an elector of the Holy Roman Empire, and Primus Germani, the Pope's substitute north of the Alps. And Cologne is a large, powerful, free imperial city on the River Rhine, a major hub for commerce between Italy and the Netherlands. It is also a popular site for pilgrims, as its cathedral contains relics of the three wise men represented by crowns on their arms. No, it's not unless it pertains to your work or the abbot permits it. You'll excuse me. Wait, what's all this fuss about Lorenz Bob? Why is Prior Ferenc so nervous? Lorenz? I didn't know you were familiar enough with the man to use his Christian name. Anyway, I haven't dealt with him personally, but the Prior and Father Abbot have. I only know that he purchased a number of our most valuable manuscripts over the years. And he paid enough to help the Abbey when we needed it. Like what? What did he buy? I can't remember. You know, I have my own responsibilities to attend to. How about this? If you help me recover some missing books, I'll tell you what I know about the Baron. Sure. Thank you. It is for the good of the Abbey. I already don't like her, by the way. Where should I begin? Out there, where you and your cohort have carelessly strewn books around the scriptorium. I'll tell you what books I'm looking for. Find them, and complete this quest. 2 volumes of... The Aeneid. Oh, excuse me. A poetic epic telling of the legend of Aeneas. Aeneas? Aeneas? A heroic Trojan who struggles to reconcile his personal desires with his destiny to found Rome. It is written in the 1st century BC by the Roman poet Virgil. I need more power. Sorry. Reddish covers. 14 inches by 10 inches. 3 inches thick. Innsbruck inches? Or Nuremberg inches? No, they're among Piero's favorites. They're not his to keep. Well, they happen to be right here. Fair amount of wear on these. I hope you don't mind. These films were old even when Piero started to make copies. How long ago was that? 3 years. Why are they on fire while being stabbed? The Aeneid is not one of my favorite stories, but I understand why it appeals to Piero. Why are you in the book? Aeneas chose his duty to his gods over his love, Dido. Do you think Aeneas' sense of duty appeals to Piero? We all have our vocations. Brother Piero takes his more seriously than most of the others at the Abbey. You take your chosen vocation very seriously. Perhaps too seriously. Andreas, I didn't have a choice in my vocation. Few women do. Ouch! You're right, of course. I appreciate you understand how limited our roles and our choices truly are. Even in stories, we are maidens to be rescued and wed, cruel seducers of men, or wizened crones. Like Dido, we ordinary women are merely tools in the tales of men. We can never be the protagonist of our own stories. No woman is exempt from that, apart from the empress to none. It is our lot. I suppose I understand now why you're not fond of the Aeneid. It's fine poetry, for men. Now the books, if you please. Yes, right, here you go, here you go. Thank you. Next, Wretched Giron. This is a printed copy, green cover, diamond pattern. It's an Italian chivalric romance written by Andrea de Barberino in the early 15th century. The titular character rises from impoverished origins to go on heroic ventures and discover his noble parentage. Originally published as a manuscript, it's enjoyed greater success as a printed book. I don't have the size of the ledger, but hopefully the description is enough. I don't know what we're talking about. Brother Adok was reading it. So, over here. The beauty of this book truly belies its ridiculous content. I'm surprised the Abbey owns a copy. We don't. It belongs to Amadeo Rusco of Lugano. It's a Venetian edition. It's quite valuable. Lugano is a highly contested Swiss market town located in the southwestern Alps. The Dukes of Como and Milan fought for control over it until it was claimed by the Swiss Confederacy in 1513. He loaned it to us 5 years ago. It was subsequently lost, and the abbot has received 3 letters about it. I've certainly seen the brothers enjoying it. That book is not appropriate reading for Benedictine monks. A baby is sold to pirates, raised a servant, and lives a life of adventure, wooing princesses and fighting in tournaments. You forgot the best part. In the end, Giron learns he has royal blood, son of a duke. He reigns as a king and dies a pious hermit. What's not to love? Benedictine should be dreaming of reconciliation with our Lord, not lusty adventures. I suppose you're right. It's better suited for knaves like me. It's not my place to reprimand anyone for reading stories, least of all you, Andreas. Still, we must be on guard. Fantasy leads to temptation. Temptation leads to the downfall of many men and women. Sometimes, yes, but books like this, it's all the same type of fantasy, isn't it? To die better than we are born. What's the problem with that? Why shouldn't a peasant dream of being a king? There's neither Jew nor Greek, neither slave nor free, neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. We may be one in Christ, but we're not equal in this world. It isn't this world you should be concerned with, Andreas. But the book, Andreas, you must return it. Or would you like the abbot to receive a 4th letter? Well, I consider that. Thank you very much, Tiny Hippo, for the sub, as always. And if you know what you want to put that towards, up to 3 things, please let me know. I'm on the wrong page. Here we go. That's right, it's time to kill. The Jedi. Okay, so... why not? We bothered to get law. Let's do it. In truth, it's unlikely you'd be considered liable under Bavarian law. Oh, are you a legal scholar now as well as an artist? Actually, yeah. I don't care. I'm not concerned about the legality of it, but the principle. The book, please. Redbird. Baron Redbird. I mean, a lot of names are like that, right? Ratchet and Clank book, and nothing else. You got it, Tiny Hippo. Here you go. There's only one book left, then you'll be freed from bondage. Dark red cover, 8 inches high, 2 inches across, 2 inches thick. Ah, Brother Guy was reading that. Now think about it, Guy's always been guarded about this book, like he was hiding it. Very good. Please bring it here. What is it, anyway? Maybe I should have learned French at some point. What is this? Why are you asking so many questions? Just give it to me. I haven't asked so many questions. I've asked one question twice, and you haven't answered me. I have a good reason to not answer you. Yes. 3 French bishops condemned the book. All copies were to be burned. Its author shared the same fate. Ho ho! Why? I don't know. It isn't my place to question the judgment of one bishop, much less 3. Or you ask, no, I haven't read it. But I know it contains a dialogue between love and reason. This book is dangerous. When did the bishops condemn it? Hover, hover, hover. 200 years ago. What? Why? Why is it still here? Because Father Matthias loved books. All books. He didn't want to see it destroyed. Thank you, Father Matthias. And he was right. Books shouldn't be destroyed even if their content is in question. The Holy Church does not share your opinion. It is their law we must contend with, not your emotions. I fume silently. It's not my place to question the former abbot's decision, but when Father Gernot learned it was in our possession, he wanted it destroyed. How did Father Gernot even know the book was here? Mother Cecilia made a note of it in the inventory when she was the librarian. Must the book be destroyed? No one even knows it's here. I do. So does Mother Cecilia and Father Gernot. No, Svatoslav. I've read Mein Kampf. Because when I went to school, it was required reading. I also make a joke about that, but I won't. What do you think? Do we fail the quest? Let's put this into correct terminology here. Do we fail the quest, or do we burn the book? Oh, it's pretty crap, Tiny Hippo. To be blunt. Burn the nun! Just suddenly turn around. I saw her floating! Look, she's floating right now! She's a witch! May we ban her? Oh no, it's actually pretty abnormal, Svatoslav. I'm just old. That is definitely not required reading nowadays. Hello, Crazy Norse. She turned me into a newt. I got better. I will ever and always consider it such an irony that we can all quote Monty Python so well from memory. I'll coin it. I'm actually torn on this. Coin says to give it to her. Good, it's for the best. I do not agree with you, but I don't want to fail the quest. And the coin said. I wonder if I could, like, make a copy really quick. Now then, Baron Redbird. Quickly, though. I need to finish up soon. I only have time to answer one question, so I should choose carefully. Yeah. Whoop. Done, frozen stuff. Okay, done. Especially in a language we don't know, by the way, so that's even better. Let's ask about the only thing that's named here. You mentioned finding a copy of Historia Tasse. You said it had some scandalous details in it. He also mentioned that my father beside a copy was looking to verify its contents. You know anything about that book? I have heard of it, but I'll never read it, and I know little about its contents. The subject is broad, but I believe the book deals with the Roman occupation of this land. What about that could have upset Father Matthias so much? I can't claim any deep insights into the former abbot's mind. I understood him to be a virtuous and charitable man, sometimes to a fault. It's not always best when an abbot considers himself a friend to his brothers instead of their shepherd. So you prefer Gernot to Father Matthias? My vocation requires me to obey. My preferences are irrelevant. But every child would choose that their parents err toward love. To err towards love is to stumble at the feet of God. I must be off to Mass. Thank you again for your help, Andreas. Wait, how do you get to the church if you can't enter the scriptorium? I thought this was the only door to the library. We're standing in the oldest part of the abbey, and like any old place, it has its share of secrets. Good day, Andreas. God be with you. Peace! You know, that's a fair point, Von Falker said. That's the bell for Sext. Don't look at me like that. It's right there on the screen. It's the bell for Sext. Sext. Excuse me. Monastic hour corresponding to noon. One of the little hours of prayer followed by dinner. How many hours of prayer are there? God. Jesus Christ. Why are we praying so much? I should see if Otto's around and still wants to eat with me. I think he's working by the guest house below the abbey. I wonder what Prior Ferenc was doing with this book. The book. From the library of the University of Five Churches. The Hungarians call it Hex. That's where Ferenc it's from. Doctor of Theology, George of Gran. Did he steal this? Well, I can't read any of that. A text on astronomy, it looks like. I'm not familiar with it. Sloppy bookend. Couldn't have been produced by an abbey of note. Are we correcting it? Or is this already corrected? It's definitely Ferenc's handwriting between the lines and the margins. Is he notating texts for the university? In any case, it's a thorough commentary. What's this? It looks scribbled. It's not like Ferenc to be so sloppy. He didn't even blot the ink dry. Libra, Capricorn, Aries, astrological symbols. What's written below? Greek, to be sure. I don't know how to pronounce that. That doesn't make any sense. That's not even a word. It's just a jumble of letters. Some kind of cipher. But what's the key? Suppose I'll figure out in due time, but I'll copy this down to reference it later. You got the thing! Okay, cool. Actually, wasn't sexting a thing, like, a long time ago. Obviously, it was more like write letter, send letter, wait weeks or months, receive letter back. Oh, that's so hot. But still, right? Like, wasn't that a thing? I swear I read about that. Where are we going? This controls so badly. I'm sorry. I think I am working my way up to a negative for controls. Port or no, this is just... wow. It's hard to even explain. Like, there's a weightiness to it. Obviously, there's the bug earlier, but that's a straight-up bug. But there's just a... It's like playing Red Dead Redemption 1 is the closest thing I could use to explain that. Yeah, it's just a bad PC port, nothing new. Dungeon Siege 3 was another bad PC port. It's just a thing that happens weirdly commonly. Okay, where am I going exactly? I probably should actually look that. How do I get to there? I guess this way. Where's Martin? I should at least try using a killer. You're absolutely right, for testing purposes. Oh god, that's almost worse. Oh, that's wild. Do you see that? God be with you. I just thought he just said, be with you. And I'm like, what? Okay, hang on, let's figure out what the map button is. Nope. 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 There it is. Good day, Master Mahler. Oh yeah, no, it's a whole thing, Ross. Trust me, I was not always a good streamer. This takes practice. And I still think I suck as a streamer, but at least I'm not as bad as I used to be. Holy crap. You know, everyone in chat, no, you're exactly as bad as you used to be. Thanks. Thank you, Directy. Very, very much. Always appreciate. I'll put that down for the BRPG block, Kingdom Hearts block, and Dealer's Choice. Listen, I'll get a co-host the moment I can afford. What a lot of people don't understand is, you ever notice, like, you know, the big streams or the big YouTubers, what you may or may not know is that that's a team. Either in terms of literally having someone else on camera or having other people supporting you behind the scenes. Like, I can't afford that, you know? I don't have that. I don't make enough money to live on my own. I literally would be homeless if not for the fact that my sister took me in. So, yeah, I can't afford that. Can I afford to take a drink? Ugh! Okay, hang on. Okay, we managed it. We managed it. Afternoon, Endress, Otto. Clara did give me your message. I missed you this morning. I was still asleep when you camo by. When you camo by. The abbot really lets you get away with anything, doesn't he? Leave him be, Otto. I'm hungry. Let's pray. Bless us, O God, and these your gifts which we're about to receive from your bounty. Yep. Cheese, bread, and almonds. I think I'd die. I think I'd straight up die. Yeah, I know. That's how the diet was back then, but I can't live without meat. Through Christ our Lord, amen. Amen. So let it be. How'd the morning treat you? Not too bad, thanks. I hurt my damn hand splitting timber to replace a bad beam in the abbot's house. Yeah, this is a meal for kings! Although meat was royal food for a really long time. In several cultures. Okay, so hang on. So this is a 6-monther? Or is it a 6-monther? It is a 6-monther. Yeah, and you had white bread only, which was actually less healthy. I don't think anybody knew that, and I'm not sure anybody cared. I mean, nobles dying quicker is always a good thing, am I right? Thank you, French philosopher. Always. I'll put that down towards the Resident Evil block. Dead Space R. Oh, I'm glad it worked out, Ross. And dealer's choice. So what should we have? The cheese, apparently. I didn't even click that. It's not that bad of an injury. It just galls me the abbot bleeds us dry and we're expected to do work when it suits him. We'll do it this way. Oh, it's not all that bad. I get a lot of good work from the Abbey. Casting pilgrim's badges isn't really smithing, but I don't mind. Ew, it's rye. Anyway, I saw you walking with that barren redbird in the meadow on your way up here. What's that all about? As far as I can tell, he's come to terrorize the people. He's here to check on a commission. He was, though Father Matthias had some misgivings about the Baron. Well, he's nobility. And he fools around with young women. He's married, of course. Oh, no. A person cheating on their wife. Stop the presses. Otto, that's only gossip, and it isn't Christian to spread rumors like that. It's not gossip that he beat up that farmer a few years back, old Rannig. May he rest in peace. Well, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But if he did that, yes, it speaks poorly of his character. He beat someone. That's strange. Doesn't seem like the thing he would do. It's not my affair. Not my affair. I can't speak to it. I wasn't there either, but I do know that it happened. We had a long conversation on the way up here, but didn't mention anything about that. What did you talk about then? I mean, no offense, but what does a nobleman have in common with an artist? Martin Luther, my time at the university, variety of things. He's quite well educated. Sure, I imagine you have a lot of time to read, and you don't have to worry where your next meal is going to come from. Yeah, that's kind of how that works, actually. This bitterness and envy are not good for our Christian souls, Otto. It's not envy, Andrus. No one should get away with what he does, what this abbey does. No offense to you, Andreas. I don't have any problem with the books the Abbey makes. I mean, I never did learn to read, but if people are paying the Abbey to make them, it doesn't bother me. No, I understand why people resent the Abbot's rule. He's a harsh lord. Oh, did you see the Bowers sheep escape the grazing fields again? No, but I'm not surprised. Martin was supposed to fix that fence, and he probably did a bad job at it. Wait, who's Martin? Hey, Doom Rider. He's always in a foul mood, and he can be the laziest soul in Tassing. Can't even hold a hammer properly. I'd make fun, but I know people who can't hold a hammer properly. Married and a father at such young age, and he barely lifts a finger for his wife or child. Hey, the Count. Top of that, he's a damned thief, and before you say it, Andrus, that's more than just gossip. Look at him. Over by the guest house, he's probably figuring out what he can steal with the least amount of effort. He's still a boy. He has time to change. I've never known a thief to change, but maybe his responsibility is to make a man out of him. Must not break into song. Must not break into song. Look, it's the best song in that film. What do you want from me? Speaking of the Bower sheep, their ewes are shorn, and women will be spinning it soon. Otto. I got it, Andrus. No need to tease. What God wants to happen will happen. Looks like a storm's coming. We should probably get back to it. Right, I'll catch up in a moment, Andrus. Oh, Andreas, say hello to Hat Lady for me if you get a chance. Of course. I should return to work in the scriptorium. Until later. There's that storm. He wasn't kidding. Whoops, wrong button. Wrong button. Wrong button. Okay, give me my mouse. Give me my mouse. There we go. I do have the music on. It's just there's been no music. There's just no music. Well, either way, thank you, Paranoid Android. Much obliged, as always. We can do the Morrowind test. I don't mind. And I need to write down Paranoid Android's contribution. I think Lord Harriman is correct. That's going towards Alpha Centauri. Deus Ex, Human Revolution. The Resident Evil block. You got it. Hey, Martin. Go, Andreas. Can't you see I'm busy? Not really. What are you doing? Mind your own bizwax. I'm only curious. Curiosity's a virtue. You're nothing but all snoop in a windbag. Piss off. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Oh, and he's dead! Oh, I was the murderer. All along. Hold on. Nope. This button. Hey, okay, what do we got? How do I, like, flag this quest? Can I flag this quest? Is that a thing I can do? Still need to find Brother Matho. Oh my god, this game. There we go. But there's no investigates. Can I go to England? Can I go to Flanders? For real, there's like no investigates. That's kind of weird. So if I was playing this game normally, I would probably just beeline because there's a thing right there that says, hey, this is marking stuff that you can go to. It's also possible we're still in the tutorial. Like, this still feels like intro territory, doesn't it? We arguably haven't even hit the point of actually hitting gameplay yet. Hello, Trihexia. Hello, Diabetes. Oh. Why is this not... I've been trying to talk to people. God, Von Falkenstein. So hateful. Looks like I could get one more stat, if I'm reading this correctly. You're a businessman of imperial law and an orator and a logician. And the last thing will, of course, be necromancer. Thank you, Diabetes. Always appreciate. Much obliged. I will admit, I'm having a couple of issues with navigating. Only a couple. It's math and the like. Okay. It's literally loaded. Ah, damn it, you're right, I didn't go occultist. Ah. Oh. So, the BRPG block. Modern Warfare 2R. And dealer's choice. Thank you. Alright. Who are you? Brother Matthew! God bless you, Andreas. Hello, Brother Matthew. What are you doing out here? Damn it, French philosopher! I thought you were aware that in addition to my role as Kierson's sacrist, I tend to the shrine of St. Moritz. Patron of Tassing and Kiersau both, it's my duty to ensure his reliquary is well cared for. Of course, the pilgrim's donations must make up a large portion of the monastery's income. There are other drives beyond the love of money, Master Mahler. There are? Oh yeah, there's the love of sex, too. Thank you, French philosopher. For money, not sex. That's later. If you want to put that towards something in particular other than Dead Space R and Resident Evil block and Dealer's Choice, please let me know. The sisters make badges in exchange for small donations to protect the pilgrims. But those don't actually do anything. You're familiar with the life of St. Moritz, are you not? Sorry, Moritz. Same decision. You got it. One moment. I'll update previous entry. There we go. You ought to learn something about Tassing's patron saint while you're here. By all means. Saint Moritz, Sankt Moritz, is most widely known for martyrdom at hand of Romans. He protected town... I can't do German. Protected a town of Christians from slaughter, and in turn he and his legion were decimated. Wow, they killed 90% of them? Yes, he was a Roman citizen and led a legion made up entirely of Christians into Bavaria. When he refused to kill the Christians, even though they were traitors to Rome, the emperor had his legion massacred. Most of the pilgrims who visit come knowing only this, if anything, about his life. However, Tassing venerates Saint Moritz because he was the one to convert the town and save it from destruction. I've been hearing some of the pagan history of the town. God Scott, I get the Scottish. There are some in Tassing who still cling to the pagan traditions, yes, God save them. Saint Moritz and his legion were snowed into this past, and the pagan townsfolk refused to aid them. The daughter of the town's leader, Sasha, was moved in spirit and snuck from the town to convert. She led Moritz to a spring, and as soon as she was baptized, the snow melted, revealing all manner of fruits. Moritz and his legion were saved by this miraculous gift. The town was converted, and the rebels fled into the mountains. Okay, so what happened to her? She too was martyred for her faith by the rebels inhabiting the town. Now her shrine protects Tassing from harm. An astounding story. Thank you for the history lesson. Give me money. You're welcome, Mother Mom. Yeah, give me money. Oh, one. Just, where's my money? Where's my money? I only have the one accent, eh? There's only the one. I mean, it's the one I practice the most. Of course, it's the one I can do on command. I really just need to practice other accents more. I'll do that during the WoW review run. Again. I was hoping you could give me pay for the latest manuscript early. This is part of the arrangement you made with Father Gernot. You'll be paid on the completion of each additional manuscript you illuminate, not before. I only have a few pages left. I'll finish them in the next few days anyways. And I think you wait a few days to collect your wages. The Abbey runs through mutual agreements, not haphazard payments. Breaking such contracts would cause undue trouble not only for Curacao, but for Tassig as well. Is that why you've increased the taxes on the Gertners? What is this about, Andreas? I would like to help the Gertners pay their taxes to the Abbey. So you need to pay me, so I can give the money to them, so they could pay you. And I'd like to say that that's stupid, but, I mean, it is, I guess. But, like, God, that's so common. I spent a very small amount of my break time learning about bailouts and debt cycles. And let me tell you, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. That's the summary. I don't have anything else to add to that. It's just, God, it's so dumb. Anyways. Then plead your case to Father Gernot. It's his decision. The matter is pressing. In the name of Christian charity, isn't there anything you can do? What is that? Yeah, exactly, Jesse's mess. Debt cycles are weird. And usually end up with the money exactly where it started, aka rich people. Like, actually rich people. But, like, can't interact with it at all. My sacred duty is giving me pause, Master Mahler. Speak to Father Gernot. I have no problem paying you early if it's the abbot's will to do so. So apparently I should have admitted I was asked for help. But I didn't even notice such a thing. Alright, whatever. Note to self. Kill Matthew. Oh, hello, Andreas. Hello, Carl. You seem busier than usual today. I'm behind in my work. I went up to the shrine of St. Moritz this morning to pray for his aid. The candle I lit had all but burned away. I was there so long. Now I need to catch up. You ever go to the shrine often? I usually go every autumn for a good harvest. Now that Helena's pregnant, I tend to get... There's Helena. I've tried to go pray every week. Her mother had trouble in childbirth, so I've been paying visits to Moritz's hand and Sashia's shrine to pray for their aid. You'd probably be better off preparing for child than praying to saints. Don't you know the miracles of St. Moritz, Andreas? He once restored the hand of a monk who was accused as a thief. If he can do that, he can help Helena. Yeah, but he's dead. Like, he ain't there anymore. So, like, he ain't gonna help you. Because he's dead. I hope the saints hear. He's dead! Thank you, Andreas. But why? Whatever. Of course, the abbot has the biggest house. Why wouldn't he? Alright, let's see if we can figure this out. Oh, that's locked. Okay. Martin, stop robbing people. Although we've already got two Disney songs in this game, we might as well get one jump ahead of the law. Or shoot, what is it? It's one jump ahead of something. Who are you? Good day, Andreas. Okay, you're nobody. Got it. I don't care. We didn't talk to you last time. God give you health, Master Mahler. Brother Sabat. Surprised to still see you here. As am I, but I'll be leaving soon, returning to Rome. I and the bishop regret we could not reciprocate Father Rodolph's generosity earlier. He showed me much kindness to our priest at the Council of Constance many, many years ago. Will you remain in Rome? That's up to my bishop, but I'll miss these mountains in any case. You should travel to Ethiopia, Master Mahler, and see the highlands. God has blessed my home with a wondrous beauty. I would love to someday. I still need to return to Nuremberg and open my shop. Yes, someday. Until then, if you're in Rome, I'll be around. I've only made as far south as Florence, but I'd like to see Rome. By the way, if you have some time in the next few days, it'd be nice to share a meal with you and some of the townsfolk. The townsfolk? I'm accustomed to strange looks, especially in rural places like these, but I've had kind words with the baker and his wife. Oh yes, the Albrans, Ulrich, and Gred. He looks like a pleasant fellow. He's obviously evil. I offered to tell a story to the children and their mothers over a meal someday. Gred seemed excited about the idea, but I would be more comfortable if you were there as well, so they don't murder me. Okay. Thank you, Andreas. I look forward to it. God give you health. God bless you, Andreas. Has your voice yet recovered from Easter Mass, Bob? Oh yes, it was a bit of a strain, but a worthy sacrifice. Well, if the Lord could give us his all on Easter. Exactly. Have a good day in the scriptorium. Have a good day singing. La, 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 la. Oh, he's actually singing. And killing his voice, apparently. The foundations of the Abbey were built when the Romans occupied this land not long after the death of Christ. These two markers go back centuries all the way to the founding of the Abbey. Abbot Dietrich, from the height of Hirsau's power in the 14th century. Those days have long passed. Sweet, von Falkenstein. A lovely relief of the Virgin and Child. Shame it's hidden down here. What? Secret of the library. I will have to remember this. Oh, he's a eunuch. Okay, cool, cool. Snip, snip. Gong. 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 Oh, God. There we go. Okay. I'm just roaming, trying to get a lay for the land a little bit here. If I might be so bold, this map isn't super great. It probably looks like how the abbot actually looks in real life, or like an abbot would look. Abbey would look in real life. But I feel it would be more useful to make this more gamey, you know? Because it's a 2D game, right? So just line it up like this. You know what I mean? Because that's how you navigate it, is changing layers and then going left to right. It's a really minor complaint. I'm not going to give it a negative. It's just... yeah, marking where people are would be much more helpful. My goodness. Either way, 57,000 negatives. Okay, we're good, we're good. Let's do it. What's this? You're not going to tell me what that is? Okay. I've seen these before in astronomy and medical tracts. What's this one for? 2 wheels. Top wheel has Greek letters and holes cut to reveal Latin letters underneath. The outer edge of the lower reel is divided into 4 sections, each bearing an elemental symbol. Looks like the lines between the holes form constellations. I think they do anyway. Ah, quarter turn of the upper disk aligns a different elemental symbol with the top of the lower disk. Given the number of letters inside the disk, there's enough space for a total of 4 versions of the Latin alphabet. Let's be the rate of the Greek letters I found. I need to compare them. These symbols aren't the same. The elements don't appear in cipher, and these astrological symbols aren't on the Volve. There has to be some connection between them that I'm missing. Time to get to the library. After dark, apparently. Paul's fails. Maybe I could ask Werner Stolz. He lives off of the North Commons. I have a sense he doesn't like me much, but I'll find a way to get the information out of him. Tell me early! Tell me... Oh, sorry. I'd say the Marwin music's working pretty well. What do you guys think? I have it down pretty low because people have been complaining about the volume being too high lately, so it's lower than my usual. I have no idea why, it's just... that's something that's been mentioned. Brother Adok, this work, I don't know where to start. Inconsistent spacing, rough strokes. You're working like you want to see this place closed. Brother Prior, I'm working to the best of my abilities, and I dispute your criticism. I may not be fast, but I still have my talent. Praise be to God. Is there anything more atmospheric than Morrowind? Hey, Seastel. I'm so sorry you had to watch the Starfield stream, because... it was the Starfield stream. Brother Guy, why are you still on this page? What's wrong with you? Normally you're so reliable. Any apologies, Brother Prior. I will work harder. Work smarter, not harder. Pietro, I can't believe this. Baron Bob has come to check on his progress, and this is all you have? You should have finished this months ago. Is your mind so corrupted by age you didn't notice the seasons have changed? Well, you're not the only one who'll have to answer for it, so why should you care? Typical. Your point is made, Prior Fenric. Andreas, I'll remind you I am the master of the scriptorium, and you are a guest here. I agree, Brother Prior. Brother Piero's work is unacceptably slow. You're insufferable, Brother Guy. God give me patience to endure this. Please, everyone, this is my work, and I'll accept responsibility for it. Prior Fenric is right. Uh-oh. It's the evil one. Which one? Yes. You know, that's actually a good point. Of all the audio tests we can do, I think there's one that will fit the abbot perfectly. Prior Fenric, is this mine? It must be, yes. It is, my lord. I can expect... No, I don't want excuses. I've come all this way. I'll have to be honest. I expected more. You gonna load webpage? There we go. Thank you very, very much, Pancakes. Always appreciate you. If you give me a moment. That's going towards Lords of Magic, Star Trek Resurgence, and Star Wars Terrible trailer. Did you see that story trailer? It was awful. Just the worst. Resisting the urge to crank up the volume. It's nowhere when you're finished. The style is, well, it's very old-fashioned. I thought I made my desires clear. I feel like my generosity towards Kirsau is being taken advantage of. Am I the fool in this sad story? No, of course not, my lord. Never. We can fix this, of course. We only want to accommodate you. Andreas, good to see you again. My lord. Father Gernot, why not have Andreas complete the rest of the illustrations? He's clearly capable. Well, my lord, why not have Brother Guy complete it, if speed is to your... No, I'm not talking about the script, that's fine, but the art, the illustrations. I want Andreas to do the Uther's... others. Of course, I mean, if Andreas is alright with it. Name in advance, say the amount the Gertners owe on their taxes, and I will. What? You can't dictate your fee to... Father Gernot. Very well, I'll have Brother Matthew drop the necessary funds. Excellent. By the way, Father Abbot, am I still welcome at your table for supper? Naturally, my lord. Wonderful. I'd like Andreas to join us. That's 3 dinners I've been invited to so far. My lord, I've already made supper plans with the Drucker's family. Nonsense, you can eat with them any day. I'm only here for the evening. That would be quite unusual. Unusual or not, I doubt my good friend the Prince Bishop would deny additional guests at his table. What do you think? I understand. Yes, you're right, of course. Andreas may join us for supper. I look forward to it. Great, I'm already being press-ganged by the local lord. You had this planned! What? You must have put your hook in the Baron this morning when you ambushed him in town! Why are you mad at me? I'm trying to help. Brother Prior, Andres is not to blame for any of this. I am. Yes, you are! And you've embarrassed me, the Abbot, and the Abbey! Prior Fenric is right, of course. No wonder we don't get more commissions. Guy, can you stop flattering the Prior for 1 minute? If anyone is the embarrassment here, it is you, Fenric. Brothers! If you please, Sisters Dana and I would prefer it if you could keep the noise down. We're trying to listen to the music. Sounds like Samson slaying the Philistines in here. Of course. Back to work, everyone. Well, that was not wonderful, but there's nothing to be done about it now. I'll finish our work and then wash up in the lavatorium for supper at the Abbot's table. Ugh! Do I have to? Either way, thank you, Sakage. Muchly appreciate. Hope you're doing well. Hope you have been doing well. Yeah, she's just like... I'll put that towards dealer's choice. Appreciate you. I mean, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is probably going to be legit. And Star Wars Outlaws could be good. I've been wanting a smuggler, bounty hunter, criminal side of Star Wars game for an extremely long time. And we've kind of never gotten one. So I'll admit, I'm more interested than I otherwise would be just because of the premise. Like, literally, the premise has already hooked me. But yeah, it's Ubisoft. And that means it's either going to just knock it out of the park, like the recent Prince of Persia game, or it's going to absolutely kablomp, like the recent Skull and Bones. There's no in between, right? There's nothing in between. So, we'll see. Alright, so that was Frostpunk. Let's try... let's try something a little bit more ambient. No. I'll do it. I didn't see where the lavatorian was. Okay, so down, left, down, left. I know, Jesse's mask. I know. Yeah, Frostpunk 2 looks like it's a real development of the Frostpunk model, which is actually great. Most sequels are just same but better, which is fine, by the way. I like iterative design. But Frostpunk 2 looks like they're actually changing the formula. And it looks like they're changing it into something good. So, woo! There we go. Andreas! So glad you'll be joining us for supper, though the circumstances are unusual, to be sure. Manor Lords is on my list, too. I'm looking forward to that one. Yeah, Hades 2 is iterative. It is another Hades game. It's also the first game that studio has made that's a sequel and is iterative. Have you noticed that? Every game they've ever put out has been very different and in a different different setting. It's the first sequel they've done. Now, I actually did some looking into that because I was curious. They have not been bought out. There is no executive mandate. So it just means they have decided of their own initiative to go ahead and make a Hades 2. Having said that, I bet you money that the reason why is because Hades sold bonkers well. And so they want to capitalize on that. Now, I'm not saying Hades 2 is going to be bad. I'm just saying, if I were in their position, I would be considering making a Hades 2 as well, in order to get a war chest going. And then you can make whatever you want, right? Oh, there's in-game music. Andreas, I'm so glad you'll be joining us for supper, though the circumstances usual, be sure. I won't be able to speak with you. None of the brothers will. It'll be good to have you with us. That's a shame. I always enjoy our talks. The same doesn't apply to you at the Abbot's table. You can talk all you like. Yeah, exactly, Josie's mask. I mean, look what happened with Larian, to use another example. Ironically, you're probably thinking Baldur's Gate 3, but actually DOS 2 was their big success. Then they capitalized on that to make BG3, and honestly, Larian's probably set for life at this point. I wouldn't recommend it. Father Abbot does not look kindly on idle chatter. But he's evil! He's the murderer, obviously. There's murder in this game, right? Like, I'm just... I wish you could take my place, Brother Piero. You deserve the honor. I'm sorry for how the prior treated you. It's not fair. It is humiliating. Oh no, my son. There's no need to worry about me or my pride. Oh no, you were right, Von Falkenstein. I called that too, if you'll remember. Like, they were already disinclined to work on Baldur's Gate 3 DLCs or a sequel or whatever. And then Hasbro... Don't even need to extrapolate, do I? Just Hasbro. And we're done. They walked away from it. Yeah, Larian's next game will sell well. It may not be good. That's how that works. But they're guaranteed to be financially successful. Oh my god. I have hair. Why do I have hair? We all need to taste humility from time to time to keep our feet on this earth. No, Andreas, you are my pride. I cannot claim to have taught you much, but I am proud to have known you and your work. Aw. I hope you don't die. When you leave us at Kierso, and all of us at Kierso, I'll be behind. You can call on your friend Lorenz, the Baron of Death, to help you in your career. He's wrong, you know. Ferenc is wrong about you being slow. It's not old just because a nobleman says so. Actually, I'm going to go with that one. Don't trouble yourself over it. Time passes for us all. Things change. The future will write over the present. Agreed, Blade Jamal. See you around, Testadar. Exactly, von Falkenstein. I was actually, if I could just, I'm sorry, if I could talk about this for a moment, because this came up during the break. The financials of being a private company are very, very risky and dangerous. It's why so few people do it. When you have, if, like, everybody in the world knows that publishers suck, right? So why do like 99% of gaming companies, gaming developers, that is to say, go to a publisher? Well, because it's the security of being able to make sure your game gets made and then gets out and having a job and paying the bills in the interim. The publisher handles the financials and usually the distribution, although that's not as big of an issue as it used to be. Um, so even nowadays, even when the distribution isn't the same issue, sure, here, don't have to worry about it. If you go digging, you can find out just how much Larian had to do to squeeze what little money they had just to be able to keep the lights on to get the development going of a lot of the games that they'd done up until DOS. I believe DOS 1 was the first time they had any kind of real financial success, which then led to the smash success of DOS 2, which was like, whew. And yeah, they literally had a flooding situation. Like I said, there's a lot. I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole right now, but there's a lot. And that sucks, right? It's risky, it's dangerous, and honestly, it's likely to fail. Larian kind of got lucky. They did everything right, I should mention. They really did. If you go down the playbook, they did everything right. But thankfully, DOS 2, DOS 1 was fine, but DOS 2 was the big success story, and it paid off for them. Cool. First time they actually had some legitimate financial stability, and they were able to leverage that for Baldur's Gate 3, and now they're good for a while. Thank God. You know, just... Because, yeah, exactly, as X says, sometimes you can do everything right, and it'll still fail. That's life. So, it's nice to see companies pulling that kind of a trick, and actually succeeding at it. I'm pretty supportive of Larian, and I should mention, I'm not super into Larian games that much. Not really. Baldur's Gate 3 certainly scored very well, but it's kind of, it wasn't quite my thing. And most of their Divinity games aren't really my thing. The one I really like of theirs is DOS 2, but still, I still support the company because hell yeah. Anyways, rant off. You need not fear any of it as long as you remain true to yourself and to God. Now, let's hurry to the refractory to join my brothers. I will see you inside. Cool. Wash, 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 wash. Get all these toxins up, man. I wonder what we're going to be eating. I actually did play Dragon Commander. I even did a video on Dragon Commander. It's probably the closest I've come to enjoying a Larian game other than DOS 2. I know what you're thinking. What about DOS 1? DOS 1's a weird one. Because while DOS 1 did a lot right, and it was very fun co-op, it also did a lot wrong. Mostly the entire story axis. Yes, I know, but it's still true. But also, DOS 1 also had some really wonky specifics in terms of its design. Like the difficulty arc in general, the difficulty curve. Because it's really, really easy in DOS 1 to go the way you're not supposed to, for lack of a better way to put it. Let me phrase this differently. DOS 1 is actually a linear game. It's designed to be a linear game. But it's also open world. And you can probably see the problem there immediately. So that can lead to some significant frustrations. It can also lead to getting yourself pseudo-soft locked, and it can screw over quests, and there's a lot of bugs. But having said all that, I still think DOS 1 is a solid game, and I do think, you know, if you're interested in the series at all, it's worth playing. Mostly with a friend, though. Having said that, have I played a better CRPG than DOS 2? I'm pretty sure, literally, according to the sheet, the answer to that is no. But having played a couple of CRPGs that are not currently on the review list, I would still probably lean towards no. Let me double check here. There we go, CRPGs. I was actually just looking at this list, apparently. No, I would still put DOS 2 at the top. They were, I agree. Baldur's Gate 3 certainly scored extremely well. Dragon Age Origins obviously has scored extremely well. The only ones that would be in competition are probably Pathfinder Kingmaker, which still has some issues, so I don't think it's quite as good, and Pillars of Eternity 2, specifically. I think those are the ones that might challenge DOS 2 at the top of the list. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm going to take a fairly brief AFK, hopefully. Enjoy the sound of the rain. Apologies. Oof. And double oof. Where we go? Right here. Okay, cool. See, we're at the table that actually has a cloth because we're good people. And they aren't. Thank you, my lord. Father Gano, Father Thomas, Prior Ferring. Simon Peter answered, "You are the Messiah, the Son of the living God." Oh God, is that entertainment? Oh no. Oh no. Jesus replied, "Blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah, for this is not revealed to you by flesh and blood, but by my Father in heaven. And I tell you now that you are Peter, and on this rock I'll build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it." Have you read Matthew much, Andreas? Yes. Shut up, Gernot. "I will give you the keys of the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven." Yeah, when I was doing the big audit, the cleanup audit, and the one that was necessary because of the changeover of how we did graphics, it pushed up a little bit. I also admit DOS 2 is kind of fresh on my mind because it's our current co-op game. So, which is now the, I think, third time I played through that game co-op. Make of that what you will. Then he ordered his disciples not to tell anyone that he was the Messiah. "Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven." Reminds me, Father Gernot, have you read anything by Martin Luther? I can't say that I... There's some incredible ideas about the church. Brilliant, I think. I'm sorry, Blake Jamal. It's really subtle. There's not much in terms of, like, blocking and storyboarding. But I do like how he's like, "Hey, that Martin Luther, huh?" And, like, everyone stops eating and turns to stare at him. But each of them have a different expression. The guy from the south, the African Christian kingdoms, he's just shocked. Several of the brothers are scowling. Not all of them are scowling. Some of them are like, "Huh, interesting." And you can just, at a glance, you can tell people's reactions to the Luther thing and the Protestant Reformation. Just like that. That's neat. I like that. And then, of course, Gernot is like, "Ugh, change subject, change subject." "My lord, it's the meal to your liking. I remember you enjoyed quail your last..." Oh, yeah, what are we eating? So looks like we have quail, pig, a salad, some bread, obviously. The people down below have green mush. That's what it looks like. Yeah, Thomas looks pissed. I don't know. I actually have no idea. Yeah, it looks like gruel. I don't know what even that is. I've actually tried quail eggs, and gonna be real, I couldn't tell the difference between chicken eggs and quail eggs. I was not impressed. I do love eggs in general. It's just couldn't tell the difference, you know. Yeah, they're smaller. I've never had quail meat. The quail, my God, Father Abbott, the quail's fine, but don't you think Luther's ideas are worth discussing? He's talking about the future of the church, shaking things up in a way I don't think we've seen before. Yes, we know what the Protestant Reformation is. Father Thomas, you see the value in his ideas, do you not? My lord, I mean no offense, but I do not. Brother Matthew, yes, how appropriate. What are your thoughts on Luther's attacks on the church's sale of indulgences? ... Oh, this is great. Baron, please do not involve the other brothers in this conversation. Yeah, I was going to say, there's actually... Potatoes, if I'm not mistaken, at this point in history, were still perceived as a bad thing, right? I'm trying to remember, because I remember reading up on this. It was like they were still considered animal feed because they, especially pigs specifically, because they were close to. I can't remember. There's a group of foods that were considered unsafe or unclean, and potatoes were one of them for a long time, which is hilarious if you know anything about potatoes nutritionally. Nightshade. That's it. The nightshade family. That's what I was trying to think of. And yeah, that's a good point. I'm not sure if potatoes had made it to Germany at this point yet. And yeah, tomatoes as well. It's another one. Anyways, another fairly healthy food, actually. Go figure. Fine, fine. What about Andreas? Why are you dragging me into this? Certainly a man who attended the same university as Martin Luther can spare some thoughts on his work. Dude, I'm an artist. I have no political power, no financial power. The only reason I'm at this table is because you took a liking to me. Also, I haven't been taking these. That's not on purpose. I didn't realize these were a separate dialogue thing. He's really put me in a different position. Yeah, duh. What are these? Why not join in the debate? It may be everything closer to the truth. It would be wise to defer the abbot. I need to be quiet. I don't know what else to do. To hell with the abbot. If he can't handle criticism, he isn't fit to sit at the fancy table. Really, Crazy Horse. Interesting. Yeah, no, I'm. That last one is very. But yeah, this is. I'm sorry, Jesse's Mask. I must have completely missed it. I apologize. I noticed this myself earlier on accident, if you're paying attention. I just picked it by coincidence, and it was like, whoops. Oh. Was pretty much my thought process there. Speaking of which, I need to write down thought bubbles, because I had that thought earlier. I won't get all political. Let's go have supper with the Lord. Do I have to? Listen, I love getting murdered before we've left the intro. I recognize the fool. The other two, not so much. I do like getting burned at the stake. It's a great way to go. You should try it sometime. It's invigorating. All right. Actually, I have suffered burns before in my life. It's not a great sensation. And the best part about it, it keeps hurting days later. Like, there's nothing there, and you just look down, and it still feels like it's burning. It's not. But it just keeps burning. It's the weirdest sensation. Not pleasant. Let's just see. I think I'll make Techno's World decide. Do we adhere to the noble lord, who functionally has power over this province, or do we adhere to the abbot, who is actually the local lord, but he's lower in rank than the guy who we're talking to? Also, thank you, Techno's World, very, very much. If you want to put that towards up to 3 things, please let me know. Oh God, I don't want to picture feet burned. Ugh. I keep doing this because it was arm burns for me. He is our immediate boss. But yeah, the abbot does have more local power and could cause a stir if he wanted to. Church versus nobility. You say potato, and I say potato. Yeah, we need like an anti-pope. I will defer in the immediacy to the big lord. We'll see how this works out. Because the abbot will be furious with me, that's why. Well, oh God, I'm really torn now. Hang on, I'll flip for it. I'll flip for it. I remove... What? I remove the choice from myself. Oh. So I caught it here. In case you can't tell what happened there. Ham. Got it. Okay. So that's going towards the Yakuza block 1 or 2. That does world. The FF Pixel remasters and FF7R1. You got it. The coin was like, quit it! Yakuza block 1. You got it. Yeah. So the coin says to go with the Lord. And if I'm being honest, that's also my gut. So I'm going to do it. Debate, excellent. Why not start with the 95 Theses? Enough! Andreas, you should know better. Lord Redbird, you are our guest and held in high esteem, but you have worn out my patience. You will not be discussing Luther's work with Andreas, Thomas, Matthew, or any other brother. So, I'm okay with that result. I've gained a few bonus points with the Lord, lost a few points with the Abbot, which I'm okay with. There is Colgrim. Otherwise that would suck, to be honest with you. But there is an accessibility option to go to normal font. I do think it would lose a little bit of the flavor, which is why I haven't. But it is a good option, and that should be a thing, plus to gameplay. But I am forcing the Abbot to contest the Lord, rather than trying to contest either myself. I am staying in orbit of this particular conflict, and have not actually entered it myself yet, which is exactly what I wanted. Let the Abbot try to come down on the Lord, and we'll see if the Lord decides to bite back or not. So the Abbot's making a power play, and the Lord's response? I suppose, Father. It's your abbey, but you're taking too much offense at this, and you're far too afraid of change. They're both... So it's kind of one of those interesting things, Loke, because this Lord is definitely a bigger fish, but as was pointed out earlier, he is away. He is not at his seat of power at all. So the Abbot is definitely the bigger fish here, but if the Lord is able to access his seat of power and come back with an army, this Abbot is a nobody. And yeah, we're also not sticking around. We're getting the hell out of here as soon as we're done with our work. Thank you, Ect. Always. And yes, we engaged in debate. Jesse's mask. So earlier, Ect, I think, maybe I'm misremembering. Never mind, I am misremembering. What would you like to put that towards, Ect? Whether it's from Luther or someone else, reform is coming to the church. You'd better accept it. He's right. Although, admittedly, that's, you know, hindsight and history speaking. That was the redundancy. That's why I was curious at, because I thought you'd already... Notice how it's splattered. That's a nice touch. What? Neither you nor Martin Luther dictate change to the Holy Church on their whim. This talk is beyond insulting. It's blasphemous, outrageous. How dare you? Oh, all the time on Falkenstein. I see. I have overstepped my bounds, and I suppose I have ruined everyone's supper. My apologies. In spite of this unpleasantness, I will make good on my manuscript payment and the donation of my copy of the Historia Tessae. If you cannot accept what the future will bring, perhaps it's time for you to come to terms with your past. No need to overstay my welcome. Fathers, brothers, Andreas. Good night. Hi, Tara. I hope you're doing well. Why, Andreas? Why did you engage him? I expect better of you. I must ask you to leave so I can speak to my brothers in chapter. Privately. Brother Pierre, please accompany Andreas out. Yeah, the Lord backed down, probably because he recognizes that he's not as his power base. Smartest possible thing he could have done, frankly. After all, if he does decide to actually take offense to this and do something, which he probably doesn't care. But if he did, the best possible thing would be to placate, and then leave, and then go back to his power base, and come back with an army. I don't think that's going to happen, to be clear. I really don't think he cares enough. Don't worry about the Father Gurno on the Baron. I'm sure it'll be fine by morning. I couldn't even tell you the genre still, Triaxia. I mean, I guess this is a visual novel. I hope Father Abbott can see the Baron's heart is in the right place, even if he picked the wrong time to express himself. That seems unlikely. Oops. Maybe so, but we must never lose hope. Not that that's a complaint, by the way, it's just a commentary. In any case, I hope the Baron respects the Abbot's wishes for the rest of his stay, for everyone's sake. Brother Pierre, what do you think of Martin Luther's ideas? That's for younger and wiser men than me to decide. I'm just a monk. Thank God. Good night, my son. Sleep time. End of the first day. No, I didn't act. There it is. I see it. I see it. I'm sorry, Tara. I spent pretty much my entire break hanging out with my family and friends. No, really, that's not even a joke. That's pretty much exactly what I did with my entire break. So, Ratchet and Clank block, Undertale yellow, and the PMD block. You got it. Thank you, Act, as always. Yep, time to raid. I was just about to say, time to raid the library. I hadn't forgotten. I wish I could save, but near as I can tell, there is no save. In fact, actually, that's an interesting question. Let's see if there's multiple save slots. That sounds like a no. Okay, there are multiple saves. That's good. We are, however, locked into the one save slot. So that is still that's a paddlin', as the saying goes. Yeah, that's pretty much the Dark Souls save negative. No, that is a negative, 100%. It's just not multiple negatives because we actually have multiple save slots. That's why I was checking that. All right, so we need to go here, I think. Come on. Come on. Please? No? Okay, fine, whatever. No? How do I... Okay. So Lamp's still burning in the guest house. Lorenz must be awake. I wonder what he's doing. What's he thinking? He's a baron, but he couldn't have expected that to go well. This doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. I should get back to the Gertners. No. Yeah, I can't go into the guest house. Yeah, it looks like I'm getting locked out of options for where I can go. I think you're right. I think I'm mandated right now. SB Act? Huh? Gah! You're all right, Master Marlowe. Did you see that in the aqueduct? The ghost? Must be a better explanation than that. Well, I'm not here to tell you what you saw. Wouldn't be the first time people have seen ghosts around these parts. Interesting. I think I found John's last sheep. I'm gonna head home. Take care, Master Marlowe. I will, thank you, Till. Yeah, interesting. One moment. Good morning, Brigwin. I cannot believe you still haven't gotten your meds. All the sympathy, all the hugs. What the crap. So how do I deal with somebody who goes back on their word at the last second? Depends on how bad it is. But for example, I can use a specific example. If it's someone who's like, hey, let's hang out at such and such, and then they don't, like they change their mind, and I have scheduled something, then that's bad. If it's someone who's like, hey, let's hang out at such and such, and I've scheduled something with several people to go hang out with them, and they cancel last moment, that's worse. The reason I bring that up is because I usually have very little tolerance for that at this point in my life. I'll give you like one shot, maybe two, but after that, I just won't schedule anything with that person anymore, and won't bother to hang out with that person anymore. Now, you asked a question earlier I've been chewing on. You said, can I name 3 games that I'd call an acquired taste? Yes. I actually happen to be really big into niche games in general. Game number 1, Factorio. Now, don't mistake me, Factorio is a really good game. But it is incredibly niche. It is a logistics game, and even amongst management sims, which are already niche, Factorio is like a niche of a niche. But it's really good and you should play it. So that's my first pick, Factorio. My second pick, I've been debating this one too, and I think I'm going to go with another niche of a niche. Freelancer games, which are so rare that I'd actually have to sit and think about it to come up with how many games there are in that. Because, holy crap. there's not a lot. There's like Rogue Galaxy, or Rebel Galaxy, excuse me, not Rogue Galaxy, Rebel Galaxy. There's Freelancer. There's a couple others that I can't even think of the names of right now. It's very, 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 very rare. And I think part of the problem is it just doesn't really apply to most people. It's a genre of games that is practically dead. Everspace, thank you. I knew there was another one. That very, very few people are into, and most people jump into and they're like, well, what's the point? Yeah, Everspace 2, I enjoyed Everspace 2 quite a bit for what I played. Now, I've only played the demo. Oh, sorry, that's not what I thought you meant. MMOs in general, I would agree with that. I admittedly got in at the ground floor of MMOs because I played MUDs back in the day. But I would say MMOs, especially since there's actually 3 types of MMOs which are fundamentally different from each other. But either way. So sorry, I apparently misunderstood your question, so I gotta start over now. A game that I didn't like initially that I liked the more I played it. Dragon Age Origins is the most easiest, obvious initial answer to that. Because, if you remember, I didn't like Dragon Age Origins at first. That one took a second playthrough to grow on me. Oh, we can go to the mill. Second game that I didn't like initially, but I liked the more I played it. I suppose WoW would qualify, but let me think about that. Apparently a child has been drawing around the aqueduct. Actually, FF14 would qualify as well. In fact, FF14 would qualify more than WoW. As much as I bash WoW Vanilla, I should probably mention that WoW Vanilla caught me immediately. Because it was just so much. It was so much better than every other MMO out there at the time. By contrast, FF14, it took me until Shadowbringers to finally catch me, and that was quite a ways in. So, I think I will go with that. So, Dragon Age Origins, Final Fantasy XIV. Glass windows, they must have cost a fortune. That's interesting. So where are we? Okay. There's apparently a salt mine nearby, too. Ah, no! Pale horse, still on the floor? Hello, you alright in there? Matins, the pale horse. Death, what's Matins? Monastic hour corresponding to 2 a.m. Used for the night prayer. You know what? Majora's Mask is a good example, because I love Majora's Mask. Sister, listen to my voice. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Yes. Yes, Father, I hear you. Am I here? Is this now? Yes, you're with us, and this is now. I apologize, Andreas. I imagine that must have been quite alarming. Is she alright? She is, yes. Sister Amelie is a mystic, gifted with visions when God sees fit to give her one. Some are more frightening than others. What's she doing here? Does she live in the church? She lives there, yes. I am a little surprised you haven't noticed her before. If you came to Mass more often, you would see I give her communion through a window to her cell. Her cell? She is an anchoress, a religious hermit, so devoted to God she has enclosed herself in a cell next to the church. She is dead to the world, but continues a life of prayer and religious contemplation. Sometimes, ever so rarely, she receives great and terrible visions. That's horrible! Sorry, I know this is a real thing, but ah! Is she local to Tassing, or was she a nun at Curacao? Neither. She came here from Benedictine Abbey in Lower Bavaria after it burned down. A powerful duchy in the southeastern Holy Roman Empire. It's east of Swabia, north of Tyrol. Tassing and Curacao sit in the extreme south of the duchy, near the border with Tyrol. I am her confessor and caretaker. Many anchoresses are not literate. I write down her visions to help interpret them. But all the monks and nuns at Curacao could read, even poor brother Volkberg. Thank you, Father Thomas. I must rest now. Oh, we just changed her script. Of course, sister. She seems unhappy. She's not unhappy. She is in pain, both physically and spiritual. That sounds like unhappy to me. Her spiritual pain comes from her relations. They come and go. I try to address them as best I can. The physical pain comes from a deformity in her spine and aching in her joints. Gee! I know of no cure for that, save prayer to the Almighty. Sister Molly was saying she had a vision of death. Could someone be in danger? Oh no, don't rush to judgment. Her visions are divine and powerful, but they could have many meanings. Some of her revelations take years to comprehend. Some may never be understood at all. As God wills it! Wouldn't it make more sense if he wanted to be understood? Like, you've heard of the concept of communication, right? Still, the argument at dinner was quite troubling. Perhaps it's cast a shadow over our thoughts. Now then, the good sister appears to have fallen back to sleep. I must prepare for bed myself. Good night, Andreas. Good night, Father. Communication in this economy? I'm sorry, that's a good one, Tara. Just, wow. So, 2 a.m. Someone's going to die at 2 a.m. Interesting. Listen, I have a long and historied career of killing gods, so If there's one that pops up and is like, I'm mysterious, woo, then they probably don't deserve the title, and I'm going to call out my old God Hatch and Axe. You know what I mean? Yeah, I've played Stardew Valley. Nothing good happens after 2 a.m. Or I suppose nothing at all. I will kill your god if I have to. Maybe even if I don't. I'll also pet the cat. Hello, cat. Schlau. Hello, Schlau. Yep, always let the cat sniff you first. I'm astonished they added that little tidbit of detailing. Which Godslayer would you call forth? I mean, I can do it myself. I got this. I'm cool. We're cool. To answer Yura's question, I'm enjoying myself for what it is. Yeah. Exactly, Lord Harriman. No true god needs to prove themselves. Granted, you can say the same about anyone in power. If you're actually powerful, you don't need to prove it. Yeah, this is what we call NPC set dressing, Coleman, which is a variant of brickwork, which is a variant of background and visual storytelling. We got trees. We got trees of concepts here. Tassing is lucky to have so many woundwort growing naturally nearby. I had to buy it back in Nuremberg. Yeah, I actually kind of like the Lord. He's definitely a noble Lord and therefore deserves to die. But he's decent for, you know, what he is. Fair enough, Von Falkenstein. Yeah, let's jot down a positive for, again, NPC set dressing for Lindblom effect. So we've got... probably Takeda. Yeah, no, what's almost assuredly going to happen is the noble lord is going to be murdered because he talked about, like, right? Oh my god, he dares to blaspheme. And then we're going to have to be like, oh my god, he's been killed. What do we do? The Goldblum effect. Very different than the Lindblom effect. The Goldblum effect. Oof. Oh yeah, he's going to leave, and we're going to be stuck here with the religious freaks. No offense to religious people, but religious freaks give religious people a bad name. Am I right? So we're going to be stuck here with the freaks, and they're going to be like, you must die. And then we're going to be killed, or burned at the stake, or both. Yes, we exist in... This is, what is it, 1518? Watched The Mist. I have, but not in a really long time, if that's the film I'm thinking of. Nope, that's not the film I'm thinking of. I'm sorry. That's the Stephen King one. My bad. If I'm burnt... Listen, I lived through tuberculosis. Okay, Blade Taval? Oh yeah, speaking of which, did you notice, how many of you noticed that it's like, hang on, this game is rated M for mature on the Twitch thing? This is another one of those games that I had no choice on that. Twitch forced the mature rating on this stream. So, cool. Well, at least we got our money. So that the people can afford to pay their taxes. Oh my god. Oh yeah, no, I'm sure it's just, hey, this is a game with religious stuff. Oh, there's a widow here. Let me see, make sure my hair is all nice and done up. Oh, we have beehives. Nice. For honey and wax. Bunch of wood carvings out front. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, the loading screens are interesting. If you pay attention, there is a load screen there. It's very short, though, probably because we're on an SSD. But it's a nice way to cover it. Why is he asleep? Okay, whatever. Yep, I would kill myself rather than live like this. No offense. I have so much trouble sleeping. I have since I was a child. The idea of having to sleep in an open room with a bunch of other people, I couldn't. I would be physically incapable of sleep. And about a week in, I would be completely insane from lack of sleep. I get it. It's just, I couldn't do it. Oh yeah, God, sleeping in the same bed. Oh, couldn't do it. Couldn't do it. So if I was transported back to this time period, what would I do? Other than kill myself immediately. Oh, it's okay. I'll die whether I try to or not. I'll be like, hey everyone, so have you considered not being a religious zealot? Why are you grabbing your swords? Oh God! And I'd be dead. I would be super killed. I don't think I could survive in this era. Even if we affix several things for like, you know, actually being able to speak the languages and whatnot. I know, right, Act? Hi, Dream Whisperer. How ye be? Wow. Aw. It's alright, Ursula. Good morning. Do you need any help with Ursula? No, a little crying won't hurt her. Besides, I think we've gotten almost all the leaks now. Ursula's my first child, and she's been a handful. I think I have the hang of it now. Big Jorg has been a godsend. He helped Christine with Eva when she was big. Yeah, I know who Big Jorg is, thank you. I've even talked to him already. Yeah, it's true. I do have basic education, so I might be able to pass myself off as like a philosopher or an artist or something. But then again, I'm a terrible artist, so that wouldn't work out. I just find... Hang on. Where do I go for, like, hard liquor? Not beer, hard liquor. In the 1500s in Europe. Real question. The bar for artists is really low. I mean... Asia. I mean, if I could already speak the language, right? I never took a family man. I have 2 older brothers, both married, so there's plenty of nieces and nephews for me to be uncle to. I appreciate the offer. You'll make a fine husband someday. Yeah, I'm already promised to someone who I still haven't met, by the way. My taste in music. Oh my god, their music would be so terrible. Well, this storm let up. It's been going all morning. Peter and Jorg are outside trying to deal with the flooding as best they can. Yeah, I just need to find a rich person, and then I can live a quiet, comfortable life of misery and unhappiness. Let's see. Is the farm in danger? There's always a danger with this much rain, but we've lived through worse. Yeah, and then I'll die to a paper cut. Or worse, allergies. Or the plague, which is roaming at this point in time. So hang on. Let's change the question. You're on a holodeck program, okay? Let's let's romanticize all of the crap out, right? Just all of it. Okay, so you don't have to worry about diseases. You don't have to worry about the language. You don't have to worry about not being able to sleep. You don't have to worry about medical care. You don't have to worry about the food being unsanitary. All that's been hand-waved away. Actually, I was just looking it up earlier. This is before one of the recent the big plague outbreaks. The one that some people attribute to the rise of the Ottoman Empire. I don't know if that's true or not. I just mentioned it. Yeah, no dysentery. Just we're just gonna. All of that's gone. So now what do you do? Now what do you do at this point? Real question, because it's an interesting one. Like, what would you want to do if you could idyllically live in this time frame? Yeah, no religious execution, no religious persecution. Yeah, this is like right on the cusp of the Reformation. See, I was leaning blacksmith because I like physical work. I always have. That's why I took to gardening and janitor work so quickly. And I like building stuff too. I'm kind of built for a blacksmith too, so I could probably work in that direction. And Lord knows a blacksmith is going to be well off, right? Thank you for the food. Here. Sorry I couldn't prepare anything more. Thank you. Otto wanted me to say hello, by the way. Otto's trying to court her. Interesting. Yes, we must test the waters. Tee-hee-hee. Soon, Brigwin, soon! Soon you'll have delicious drugs! I mean, yeah, no, the Americas are recently discovered, I think. God, when did Portugal really reach out to the Americas? I actually don't remember. You know what, I'll let someone else look it up. Because I don't remember. 1492. See? So yeah, the Americas have been discovered, but that's kind of it, right? Like nothing has really gone into that yet. Why Jesse's mask? Why? Register of wealth. Loss. Nobody knows about the Vikings. Nobody cares about the Vikings. Might actually be a better way to put that. Thank you, Magister. If... Yes, it does, Tara. If you want to put the turns up to 3 things, please let me know. Yeah, I was going to say, the conquistadors... When was Cortez at this point? Oh, I know, Bragwin. That's why I've been saying the Americas. You know, the... Cortez died in 1547. There you go. That's the range I was looking for. Oh yeah, by the way, did I tell you guys, I got this, I've discovered, thanks to my brother-in-law, this new snack food for, like, emergency protein. These, meat sticks. And at first I was like, wow, these are terrible. But no, like, these specific things, these old Wisconsins, these are legit. The meat. So, Otto wanted me to say hi. Full farm setup, Jesse's mask. Get yourself in a little town. That sounds pretty appealing. That's kind of what I was thinking. Oh, the blacksmith idea. These are sausage sticks. So yeah, more like salami. I have played the guild too. I've even streamed the guild too. There's a few surviving highlights about that. Try to stay dry. Roaming trader actually sounds like a really appealing idea. Traveling merchant, in other words. Work is my passion. Yeah, that's the one. I didn't see the wall was broken. Is that from the flood? It is. Must have broken in the night. Some of our sheep escaped. We'll have to track them down later. I don't believe I have on Falkenstein, and I know I haven't played 3. It's the way it always is. Rain falls, the Abbey rolls on the Abbey and rolls downhill to us little people. Hard to blame the Abbey for that. That's just how rain works. There's a reason we're down here, and they're up there, Andreas. Yep. Anyway, I have to go back to this. See you later. I mean, that does sound like me, doesn't it, Bella? Right? Like, again, we're on a holodeck. All the crap is removed. So sea travel goes from being a nightmarish, horrific death thing to, you know, just traveling on a boat, right? This button? Nope. There we go. But I already got the money. Oh, no, I need to talk to Brother Matthew. And I haven't had a chance to, that's it. So I need to talk to Brother Matthew. Oh, yeah, traveling merchant's dangerous as hell. I'd still do it, because I'm crazy. War Within. Outer Worlds 2. And Dealer's Choice. You got it. Thank you, Magister. Let's go talk to Matthew to get the money. Oh, go through the mud. Hello, Andres. Good morning, Andres. Otto and Eva, huh? Yeah, what about him? How's your courtship developing? It's doing fine, don't you think? I'm not a gossip, Andres. I do not ask this to pour water under the rumor mill, but for the concerns I have for the happiness of my friends. Of course, Andreas. Fancy talk for being nosy. Well, if you ask me, I think Otto's being a bit too slow about it. Oh? He's old enough already to not be smitten like a boy. They both like each other. Seems to me, if you found the right person, you should go for it. That's what I would do. What stopped you? Well, that's personal. I have an intended waiting for me. We're to marry once I finish my wander year. I'm not even sure she's the right one, but it's a necessary step. It's not good for the soul to be alone, Andreas. I do hope to find someone at my side to build as we build a family. God has not given me this blessing. Worry not, it could happen at any moment. One hopes so. I must get back to work. Enough talk. Until later. That would be very nice, Jesse's Mask. I liked Outer Worlds quite a bit, but yeah, it could definitely use some improvement. I'll be with you, Andreas. Seems like we have a good spring storm, though I hope it lets up soon. Good morning. I'm sure to let up soon. As God wills it. Ulrich, I paid Gret for last week's pumpernickel. Sorry to make you wait. Pumpernickel? Oh, about time, Braven. It's not the best choice. At least it wasn't Starfield. You know, honestly, Starfield has already just so effortlessly, perfectly slipped into the slot of game I use as an example of bad gameplay and story, that it's honestly kind of funny to me. Yeah, I didn't intend that. It wasn't a choice. It just is a great example of bad. It's just perfect. Thank you, E-Tree. Always appreciate your support. Thank you. I will jot that down. What was the example for Starfield? Ride to Hell Retribution. And yes, I'm saying those two games in the same sentence with each other. Doom Block, Victoria 3, Outer Worlds 2. You got it. I legitimately, and I'm not sure Ride to Hell Retribution will be as bad as Starfield in terms of final score. I'm really not. RTR is like a 10-hour game. Or RTH, excuse me. RTH is like a 10-hour game. It's not that long. So. Yeah, the density, we'll see. It's gonna be a race. Yeah, Secret of the Stars is actually a better example. I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you ever want a textbook of what not to do in game design, it's Secret of the Stars. But nobody knows what that is, right? Starfield, well, who's lucky? Ah, bald guy. It's me! Of course, I'm off to home and then to the Pfeiffers. Good morning, Agnes. What's going on at the Pfeiffers? Helena is about a month to go before her child is due. Her last one was hard. He didn't make it. Aww. I just want to give her the best chance she can have. It's in God's hands. Trust in Providence. Always, Ulrich. I'll do what I can to help. Why make the Lord do all the work? I like that attitude. Sorry. At least Ride to Hell Retribution, we could laugh at it. We didn't get a lot of smiles out of Starfield. Tell Helena I will pray for her health. She'll appreciate that, Andreas. Thank you. Until later. I mean, that's normal Crazy Norse. There is, Bella, but usually games only get like a pittance of positives for being so bad it's good. Hey, Kitchabine. Remind me what the gap is in Golden Number between Starfield and Secret of the Stars. No reason. Father, I've said this before, but it isn't good that the water drains here so quickly. It's affecting the foundation. It needs to be looked at. I understand, but if you dig here, you may be disturbing bodies decomposing in the yard. Of course, Father, but they're going to be dug back up again anyway. Yes, but why disturb them unnecessarily? It's your church, Father. You can't put this off forever. The foundation is going to crack. Understand. Perhaps after some of the bones have been moved to the ossuaries. Thank you, Lucky. I mean, Ride is a really, really, really bad game. 0.54. That's sad. Good day, Master Mahler. Good day, Father Thomas. Everything all right with the church? Oh, yeah, Lucky was, again, reminding me of the danger severe rainfall can pose to foundation. God looks after his flock, but sometimes the pen requires an earthly hand. It'll be taken care of. God be with you. And with you, Father Thomas. Until later. Yeah, true enough, called him. Yeah, ironically, Ride to Hell Retribution's shortness is somewhat to its advantage. That's just, I'm sorry, that's just bonkers to me to think that. There is a really legitimate chance that Ride to Hell Retribution has already been surpassed by games we've already reviewed. That just feels weird to say that. It's true. That's weird. Ride to Hell is funded. It's in the Someday block, along with Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger, and Undertale. The ratio might be much worse. Like, Starfield did have positives. Ride to Hell Retribution might have no gameplay positives and like one story positives. Hello there, Master Mahler. Hello, Till. Bumped into any ghosts lately? Not since we last spoke. Good, good. Have you ever seen a nicer view? Don't get sights like this in the cities, I expect. And I can't say Nuremberg has many Roman ruins, no. Oh yeah, Tassing's full of them. Quite the marvel there. I don't pay much mind to the writing on them, as I can't read Latin myself, but you might enjoy giving them a look. If you do, you'll have to tell me if they match the old legends I read about. Kind of old legends. Well, when Father Matthias was abbot, he'd let me borrow books from the Abbey's library. I think I read through half that library before Father Gernot became abbot. Oh, he's literate. He's literate. Got to change his font. He and Father Thomas are strict about which books should be read now. Yeah, that's Thomas. I knew that, but whatever. What does Ride to Hell Retribution earn? Positive voice? So bad it's good. Ride to Hell Retribution is a game that you can make fun of pretty much constantly. And that is something we have a precedence of giving positive for. Anyways, the accounts of Romans in Tassing are my favorite. That old book talked about how Roman knight Gaius Metellus defeated the Reti, I think it was. Heavy snowfall caught him in this very valley. Barbarians on all sides when Mars, Roman god of war, sent a wolf to the knight. Instead of killing the beast, Gaius followed it to a magical spring with trees covered in all sorts of fruit. Mars provided the wolf and the spring, and Gaius founded Tassing after defeating the barbarians in honor of Mars. That's where all this came from. That sounds like a lot like the story Brother Matthew told me about St. Moritz. I hadn't thought of that. Both were snowed in this valley, weren't they? And saved near a spring. What if it's the same story? I don't know about all that, Master Mahler. A lot of stories get mixed up over the years. Might be all fable, but I enjoyed the story all the same. It's nice to feel you're connected to those who came before you, even if only by the land you live on. Wise words. I disagree completely. It's been good chatting with you, Master Mahler. I'll get back to work. Let me know if you find any particularly good books at the library, alright? I will. Until later, Till. The printing press was before this, I'm pretty sure. I didn't miss it, Crazy Norse, but that's mostly because the Switch version is apparently really terrible. Mostly, Magister, in answer to your question. Fallout 4 is not in the BRPG block, and to be completely honest, I have no interest in re-reviewing Fallout 4. Yeah, Gutenberg, right? Anyways, Fallout 4 is just... I don't hate that game, but it's a really long, really sloggy game that I don't really feel there's a lot of value in going back through it. It's not as bad as Starfield. There you go. There's your Fallout 4 review. Oh, absolutely, Trihexy. Done. Let's do it. So, Blade Cheval, I'm not ignoring you. I did see your comment. I even had a whole thought process of it. You probably don't know this, but I was going to do a stream yesterday, and I ended up not doing it because I got stuck with stuff with the kids. New Vegas is in the block, yes. Fallout 3 and New Vegas are both in the block. Morrowind, Fallout New Vegas, Fallout 3, and Skyrim, not in that order. That's the block. Anyways, I was going to talk about your comment then, because I felt like that was worthy of discussion rather than just typing something up. I was also going to do some music review stuff just for fun. I was going to bring up the concept of stagnation in game design and iteration in game design. And I was also going to talk about how I'm a freak and something that's been bothering me a lot lately. And none of that happened. I was also going to discuss some games that were announced recently that really caught my attention. First of all, Cat Quest 3, which looks amazing. Bzzzt, which looks like a fun, punishing platformer. SteamWorld Heist 2, which has already been added to the SteamWorld block. And Little Kitty Big City, our first actual cat game, where you actually play as a freaking cat. It basically think Untitled Goose Game, but with more gameplay and cat instead of goose. That's Little Kitty Big City. And I am actually legitimately looking forward to it. My niece has already requested that I buy the game for her. So. I played Stray, and Stray is not a cat game. I will stand on that. I will stand on that hill until someone walks up and says I'm stupid. Stray is not a cat game. Stray is a game in which you play a little AI bot trying to figure out what's going on in a post-apocalypse, and also there happens to be a cat. There's also not really any gameplay in Stray. There's no platforming, there's no jumping or puzzling or anything, it's just wandering around clicking things. This is a game with gameplay in it, just like Untitled Goose Game. Get style really quick here. Alien World, yeah. Yeah, one long QTE. That's a good way to put that. Silk Song, I've never heard of it. I wouldn't worry about it. Doesn't exist. Yeah, I don't like using the terms walking sim because it's generally an insult, but yeah, Stray is a walking sim. It's fine for what it is, but a vehicle for a story. Martin? Wow. 2 negatives and then a 3 negative. And then he sneezes. Getting me sick, of course. I should get the scriptorium. Gernot will give me an earful if I'm late again. Okay. God be with you, Andreas. Still preparing to leave even with this weather? Weather is unfortunate, but the Baron's wife, Lady Salamia, will be arriving today. She looks like that. Mobage is always a worse insult, Colgrim. Mobage shouldn't even be qualified as a video game, and arguably isn't, because of how not video gamey it is. But that's a whole other topic. My lord intends to depart as soon as she arrives. How long have they been married? 7 years now. She's a fine woman, a true lady. I was hoping to bid farewell to the Baron before he leaves. I'm sure he'd appreciate that. He spoke highly of you before he went to bed. He was glad you're willing to debate him at supper, even though he's sure the abbot will hold it against you. Luther's work is worth debating, regardless of what the abbot thinks. My lord certainly agrees, but he hasn't found many people share that opinion in Tyrol or Bavaria. Tyrol is a county of the Archduchy of Austria in the Holy Roman Empire. It's south of Bavaria, east of the Swiss Confederacy, and north of the Republic of Venice. Yeah, Mobage is a slot machine. It fits the definition of video game very, very technically. And I know that sounds strange, but if you haven't been to a casino in the last 20 years, they've been video games for quite a while. In fact, Mobage pretty much copied slot machines. It's one of the problems. Let's go with... what do I call this? Flavor? Atmosphere? Yeah, that feels like atmosphere. I know, Russ. I'm aware. There's a Star Trek slot machine. This is an older one. I don't think it actually exists anymore. Back in Vegas, that would actually... it would allow you to pick your crew, and they would have voice clips playing from that show as you're going through and trying to defeat, you know, the Klingons or the Dominion or whatever. It's still just a slot machine. It's still not a video game, really. But yeah, they've... I hate Vegas so much. Sorry. No. I think I'd rather kill myself than live in Vegas at this point. Ironically, I didn't have time. Don't mistake me. I actually hope to still visit Vegas. But I don't want to live near that, my biological family, at this point in my life. Holy crap. Did we earn his favor? We tried to turn down his supper invitation. So that's a no. But, acted honored at his invitation, expressed fascination with his idea, expressed respectfully, and engaged him at debate. Big pluses. It would, my lord. He bade me give you a token of his friendship in his absence. He says it's a small thing compared to future commissions, but he hopes you'll wear it with pride. What an extraordinary pin. Please take the Baron for me. In fact, I'll wear it right now. As you wish, of course. Where's your master gone, then? He went for a walk early in the morning. He didn't say when he'd be back. If he returns soon, the rain is turning everything to mud. My lord might surprise you, Andres. He never minds getting mud on his boots. Of course, I'm the one who has to clean them. He seems quite unusual in many ways. Maybe so. I only know him as my lord for these last 7 years. That reminds me, did you see a short, straight-looking man on in a hat on your way up this morning? You mean me? No, Martin. He ran past me in the meadow while I was walking up the hill. He was in quite a hurry. That would be explain my lord's missing rings. So he stole from you. Not from me, no, from my lord. 1 gold, 1 silver, a handful of... golden. Gold coins used as currency throughout the Holy Roman Empire. Though different standards exist for gold in different regions, it's generally equivalent to the Florentine florin. And a book the Baron was planning to give to the Abbey. A book? Historia Tassiae? I believe so, yes. I went to pack the Baron's things and they were missing. The boy's a known thief. It wouldn't surprise me if he was responsible for the missing rings. I would explain it then. Regrettably, he had ample opportunity for his theft. Yesterday, I caught the boy with Martin, I suppose, peering in through the windows. I could have admonished him at the time, but he seemed harmless. That's a shame. I hope the Baron won't be too put out. My lord's a man of some means. He won't miss the gold or the rings. I do think he'll be upset about the book. He was quite excited for the Abbey to see it. In any case, I must finish preparing the horses. Good talking to you, Andreas. Of course, I hope the rain lets up for you soon. God willing. Until next time. Until then. Yeah, we've actually kind of yet to reach gameplay, as weird as that sounds. Brazilian steakhouse. Ugh. That just sounds good. And I'm already hungry, because, you know, it's almost lunch. I'm going to have chili over rice today for lunch, which is actually a new thing for me, so I have no idea if that's going to work out or not. We'll see. Now let's see if Brother Matthew is here so I can get my money! Give me my money. I will rob you of my money. No, I've had chili plenty. I've cooked chili, but I've never had chili over rice. Like rice as the vehicle for chili. Where the hell is Brother Matthew? They just keep bringing you meat. Sounds like a Mongolian barbecue. Which I haven't had a good Mongolian barbecue in... Jeez, I don't know how long at this point. A long time. This one is Mossfanger. Mossfanger? I don't know how to do the things over the vowels. Good morning, Savicom. Listen, I know we can find the monk in here. In the convent. This just makes sense. That's the idea, Crazy Norse. Again, the main change to the schedule is that it's intended to be more elastic. If I have a fatigue attack, I have pretty much promised my family. I haven't actually promised, because I have to follow those, but I have effectively promised that I will take a rest. I've had chili over potatoes quite a bit, actually. I'd imagine sleeping in here. Think about all the chili you could eat, Kitsubine. It could all be yours. All you have to do is sign a contract with me and become a magical girl. Okay, hang on. So that's obviously where I have to go. Where's Matthias? What's in the chili? Actually, I don't know. No, you're a draconic girl, Tara. Big difference. Damn it. Whatever. Oh, this is wonderful. The rest of the Abbey is soaked, and there's not a drop in rain here. Good thing the Abbot had auto-replace the roof to the scriptorium and library last month. The Calefactory. A communal warming room in the monastery. Calefactories are usually attached to the cloister, but in Kiersau, it's part of the old abbey and therefore connected to the old scriptorium. It keeps the monks warm and the library dry. We can stay warm while everyone else is cold and wet. Instead of bragging about our good fortune, you should think upon your brothers and sisters and pray for their health and safety. The Abbot's foresight saved a lot of our work and protected what's in the library. The town hasn't fared as well. I'm sure they'll be fine. Hang on, I'm going to grab Guy by the ear, drag him outside, and then just hold him there in the rain for, I don't know, 8 hours? I think that'll do it. More importantly, if they're not, I don't care. Hang on, going to grab him back out. Another 8 hours. I'll just kill him. Go to the guy, your heart is harder than the stone of this floor. He is such a dick, yeah. Huh. We have the grumpy old monk, but where's the nice one? Brother Piero? Haven't you seen him yet today? You know, fair enough, Savagam. Wait until Arlufia, then you'll see real torture. I did, before Brother Guy arrived. Brother Piero left to speak to the Abbot some time ago. Yeah, can I go get my money? Why is Matthew ringing the bell? It can't be Tierce already. I pray it stops soon. Such a cacophony is an assault on my frail ears. It's not stopping. I suppose this means we're being summoned to the chapter house. Ah, God, give me the strength to endure the rain. It's 50 feet, old man. You'll live. God, give me strength to endure this, man. Oh, jeez. Listen, the main thing with Arlufia is to really codify the dextrals. That's the big thing. Still not stopping. What's going on? This can't all be because of the storm. I should see what's the matter. Yep, there's an intense combat. I open up that flap and I just pull out Frostmourne. And I jam it into the ground. And SpongeBob says... God, what's his stupid name? Patrick, that's Frostmourne! Oh. Well, we'd have to include Lufia 3, Savacom. Although, I think we could do some stuff with Lufia 3 that has nothing to do with Lufia 1 and 2, but that's just me. Oh my god, there's a scream from the cloister! Games with the most outro pauses. So Lufia 2 is obviously in the running there. I think Final Fantasy VI and Chrono Trigger both might kind of crack the standard on that when we get there, but we haven't yet, obviously. You got me curious. Hang on a second. So in terms of gameplay, let's pull up outro here. In gameplay, it looks like StarCraft 2 is winning, though. Although Ori and the Will of the Wisps is quite high as well. In story... Scroll over a little bit to the outros. Let's see. God of War 5 is quite high. No surprise there. So is Shovel Knight. No surprise there. Dragon Age Origins, Earthbound, Lufia 2. And it looks like that's kind of it. So, yeah. Those are the ones that seem to be highest on the outro axis. No, it's fine, Loke. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Something terrible has happened. There's blood. I think it's the Baron. He's been hurt. Yeah, no, the Baron's been moited. Please, Father, where is Brother Florian? Have him come quickly. Be silent, brother. Brother Florian, if you please. Yeah. So, sorry, Father. There's nothing to be done. He's dead. So, yeah, the local lord was just killed in your church. Cool. Sister Margaret, calm yourself. Sister Gertrude, please take Sister Margaret back to the garden. Yes, Mother Cecilia. God protect us. The Baron was a friend of the Prince Bishop of Ising. Yeah, y'all are dead. Yeah, sorry, visiting lord. That's actually much worse. Sorry. I'm so worried about the Prince Bishop. Because, are you an idiot? This abbey is odd in more than one way. Its existence offends some in the church. We are far enough from Rome and Mainz that everyone forgets about us. But this could bring unwarranted attention. Florian, how easily do you think you could dispose of this body? Father Abbot, what are you saying? Why are you questioning me? Why are you wasting precious time? Do you want to see soldiers of the Prince Bishop march on our steps, fling your brothers and sisters out of our home? Silence! Quiet! Calm yourselves, all of you. Father Abbot, Baron Bob's manservant is already preparing to leave. The Baron's wife should be here in a matter of hours. This is not the time for rash decisions. Yes, you're right. Forgive me. J'accuse! It was Gernot! Gernot did it. What's your guess? Who's behind it? Obviously it's Matthew, but, like, who else is behind it? It was me! I did it! I killed him! In a fit of jealous rage. Natural causes. He was playing... He was, like, tossing the dagger up and down, and and he just fell on it. What will we do? We must send the Baron's man to the court of Prince Bishop at once. Oh, the Baron said the Prince Bishop's archdemon was in Innsbruck for the Imperial Diet. Even better. Swift action will silence any whispers of impropriety on our part. Given the Baron's stature, the Archdeacon will undoubtedly come to investigate immediately. I must cooperate with him fully and pray for a speedy resolution. Yes, good. Thank you, Mother Cecilia. She did it! They all did. Everyone, every single person in this room did it. Including the Baron. Please detain Brother Piero in the cellar until the Prince Bishop's man arrives. What? Brother Piero? Why? Father Gernot, I implore you to reconsider. He was caught in a flagrant delicto, covered in blood with a knife in his hand. Father, do you really believe Brother Piero capable of such a foul deed? Yes, capable enough when motivated by anger. I had no anger against the Baron, Father Barrett. I simply came across him like this. No anger, not even insulting your work and forcing us to give it to Andreas? No, he was cool with that. It's not a subject for debate. When the Prince Bishop's men arrive, we must not be empty-handed. He wasn't angry. Anyone who's in the scriptorium knows. Even Guy knows that. Be quiet. This is not your affair. It's about to be. I am through debating this with you. My decision stands. Brother Bob will retain Brother Piero in the cellar until I say otherwise. Brother Florian, please escort Andreas out of the abbey. Andreas, do not show your face here again until tomorrow. Do you understand me? This is ridiculous, but yes. Andreas, listen to me. I sympathize with you. I don't think Piero did this either, but this isn't time to push to Abbot. I'm sure the other brothers and sisters believe Piero is innocent as well, but the Abbot's worried about the Prince Bishop's attention. If you have any recommendations, I'd love to hear them. Also, I'm going to go with the other one. I can't let Piero die for something he didn't do. I appreciate your passion, but if you pursue this indelicately, you can make matters worse. Take a few hours to calm your nerves, calm your mind. You need to think clearly. Go to the Druckers, eat a good meal, come back at 3 p.m. We won't have much time. But tap in my window with a small stone. I'll let you in. Let me in for what? To examine the body. Dun, 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 wow, 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 wow. What do you think of the intro? Because I think we just officially left the intro. What this says is, despite repeated requests and subtle threats to reveal my reading habits to the Inquisitors in Innsbruck, I will not perform any rituals for you during your visit to Kiersau. Please stop this foolish pursuit immediately for the sake of both our souls. To the Baron from Prior Ferenc. Lorenz is blackmailing Ferenc to get him to perform some kind of occult ritual. I wonder if Ferenc was so unsettled when Lorenz arrived. The Baron could have gotten him executed for witchcraft. I don't mind long intros as long as they're good. Kingdom Hearts 2 is the most go-to example I have of a long intro. Although Final Fantasy VII would qualify as well. I do agree with what Ruthless Tim said. The stakes being so low is part of why I'm so invested. Oh yeah, Twilight Princess, another very long intro. All good. What are the stakes? Yeah. But no, the stakes are all about just us and our little lives and the lives of the people we're staying with, who are taking care of us while we're here, and just the people here in the town and the the people in the abbey. And that's it. It's just our daily lives and how much they matter and how much they're going to be changed or altered. Ocarina, I would say the intro officially ends the moment you go to the overworld for the first time. And then you get ambushed by an owl. Decent size intro, too. Not quite as long as the other ones I just mentioned, but decent. Good day, Andreas. Back from the Abbey already? It's only noon. Andreas, you alright? As I just said, I count all of Midgar as FF7's intro. The moment you get to the overworld, that's the end of the intro for FF7, my opinion. Some people argue it's the moment you finish the very first bombing. Something terrible has happened. God, what? Forgive me. Come inside. Sit down for a minute. Yes, please, and thank you. Not an imposition at all, my friend. My friends are always welcome in my home. Sad they could use your opinion on something. So I murdered this guy, right? Oh my god. A bad long intro. Oh, and Kingdom Hearts 2's intros, I'm not going to spoil, because unrelated stream. How is it good, though? It does a whole lot right, and it does it in the right way. It doesn't, like, grab you by the nose and hold you and be like, hey, here's this thing. It takes its time building up, and it also really bothers to give you enough time to roam the town, talk to the people, do the little side quests, do the mini games. It allows the player a chance to get invested in what's going on before completely ripping the rug out from under you and being like, hey, screw you, before the status quo changes, put simply. And that works very, very well. It also fits in almost perfectly into the overall mythos of Kingdom Hearts because they had already planned out what happened before and after when the intro happens, which is right here in the middle. Good day, Andreas. Should I fix you a plate? I'm always glad to eat your cooking, Mary. Oh my, Klaus, you must invite Andreas over more often so I can hear someone compliment my food. Ah, your cooking is lovely, darling. Hello. Hello, Berthold. How are you? Sleepy. Come back to my workshop. So, Persona 5. See, the thing is, I don't think that way at all because I think, exactly with this tone. I think Persona 5's intro is the strongest part of the entire game. Obviously, it's a nice long intro before you get to the first dungeon, but the first dungeon is the best dungeon in Persona 5, in my opinion. And the first boss is the best boss in Persona 5. And the narrative of the first dungeon and the first boss and how that relates to the characters is the best narrative sequence of the game, in my opinion. Don't mistake me, there's a lot I like about Persona 5, but I really do think Persona 5 started at its absolute strongest. I'm going to do a new run. Yeah, Kamoshida is just of Till Eulenspiegel. It was a printing a few years ago in Strasbourg, but it was awful, almost bereft of illustrations. What do you think of these new ones? I like it. Thank you. I'll make it right now. I always split them, Act. I can think of plenty of games that have a good story intro and a bad gameplay intro and vice versa. Are these her woodcuts? They are. The drawings are mine, but she did the block cuts. I have enough talent to draw the designs, but only she can do the woodcuts of the type. Bless us, O Lord, in these, your gifts, which we're about to receive from your bounty. Also, Martin Luther was right. The end. So say we all. Hungry. Amen. I'll give you that one, Ross. Because I was thinking of the last dungeon as you know what, which, if you remember, I absolutely hated. This nobleman was found murdered in the chapter. So we're just giving that out. We're just saying it. Good heaven, he just rode by yesterday. I noticed they had sausages. Sausages, bread, and it looks like that's got to be some kind of like lettuce or chips or maybe cabbages. It gets worse. One of the elderly brothers I worked with at the scriptorium was accused of the crime. That's awful. Murder in Kirsau. How could a monk do such a thing? I'm sorry, Andreas. The Baron seemed like an interesting man. I know he's been a patron of the Abbey for years. How did he die? Could it have been an accident? But does the abbot really believe that Brother Piero killed him? You've always spoken to him in the kindest terms. I'll spare you the details, but it's hard to believe what happened to him was natural. And I can't believe Piero did it. I can't imagine him harming anyone. Oh, don't hold back on my account. I've had children and even helped Agnes deliver a few. I'm not squeamish. Yes, blood! But if it wasn't Brother Piero, who do you think could have done it? I did see Lucky Steinauer get into a shouting argument with Lorenz yesterday just before I walked by your place. Lucky? What would he have caused to shout at a nobleman? Select food item to eat. Sausages, 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 sausage, sausage. Probably something else going on you wouldn't know about, dear. What do you mean by that? I'm not one to trade gossip, but if you really want to know, talk to some of the other women in town. Or Mother Cecilia up at the Abbey. And it could have to do with the nuns. But would Lucky argue with Lorenz about the nuns? Oh, there's no need for that. Lucky is a forthright man. If you ask him, I'm sure he'll tell you what the argument was about. Thank you both. That's good advice. There's something else, though. When Lorenz and I were walking through the meadow, the widow Kemprin came out of the woods and... Yes? Well, she cursed him. I'm not surprised. Ottilia's late husband, Rannick, ran afoul of Lorenz on his last visit. I don't remember the details, but Rannick died just last year, and Ottilia hasn't been the same ever since. Now... Let's see, we've got... It is egg pasta. You were right. And farmer's bread. Thank you for being part of the show, Prika. If you give me a moment, I will jot that down. For Planescape Torment, Factorio, and Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. She was always an old, even before she was old. Wow, so that's enough. She's had to deal with a Job's lot in life. And now she lives all alone at the edge of the woods. There are rumors she's going to lose her property soon. I do pity her, even if she is a bitter woman. Should be some exception to the law for her to inherit. Women are not legally barred from inheriting. It all depends on the details of the lease. Did she come from a wealthy family? She did, in fact. Wealthier than Rownings, anyways. If the land they lived on was part of her dowry, she may have a case to lay claim to it, or property of equal value. Well, are you a lawyer? Enough about that. Is there anything else you think may have done it? I don't know if he has any ill intent, but Prior Ferenc has been acting strangely since the day Lorenz arrived. Perhaps an academic disagreement? I know they're both avid readers, both of classics and new works. On his last visit, the Baron brought a book of astronomy from me. I know the Prior has some similar interests. But would the Prior kill someone over a simple disagreement? It's not that outlandish. When I was in the university, I saw men throw punches over small academic concerns. Yeah. Cereal is the soup! Alright. Yeah, we played, oh, what was the name of that one? Pillars of the Earth, I want to say? What's the name of that game? What is an opinion for some is a testament of faith for others, and worth killing for? That may be so, but I've never seen that sort of anger in Prior Ferenc, not even when Gernot was made abbot instead of him. Afterward, he seemed bitter, but never violent. That just doesn't seem to be part of his character. Correct, Loner. In fact, it's actually called Ken Folliot's Pillars of the Earth. So Lucky, the widow, and the Abbey Prior. Anyone else? There's something strange when we approached the Abbey together. Mother Cecilia was outside with some of the sisters. Mother Cecilia scouted and took the nuns inside without saying a word. Sounds like they have history, at least. I do not know Mother Cecilia personally, but I have never heard anyone speak badly of her. If she had cause to dislike the Baron, I must believe she had good reason. That sounds like a lot to look into. Oh, thank you for talking to me. I was feeling overwhelmed. You're always welcome here, Andreas, anytime. Yeah. You're especially welcome with this one. Aw, thanks. God be with you. Thank you. Be good. Several leads to follow. Where should I start? I should go to Brother Matthew and get my money. Damn. Okay, now I gotta start making some choices. Damn it! Choice paralysis. Also, wrong button. There we go. Listen, they're all guilty. All of them. Yes, that was potent donation was from Prika for Pathfinder Rights of the Righteous, Planescape Torment, and Factorio. The general plan is to start at 11 Savacom to give people a chance to watch whatever it is we're going to be watching, which I suppose in this case is Arcane. But you get the point. Let's go get the money. Where's my money? I swear to God. Won't even pet the dog. That's how devoted to money I am. Just picture me in the background. Money, 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 money. Uncertain, Blade Travel. And that's the truth. Streaminations, we are absolutely 100% not allowing new shows to be added for Streaminations. That is super on lockdown and probably will be for a very long time. When am I starting? No idea, Spartan. For a few years at least, Act. Possibly longer. We'll see. If I knew, I'd already have a specific date up. Why, what do you want to add to the list, Act? Of course, Blade Jamal. Oh, Better Call Saul. Did I already check here? Yes, okay. I was actually going to ask if they ever showed Savacom. This way. I'm coming, I'm coming. There you are. Ah, the storm didn't delay you. Now, even though I gave instructions that I was not to be disturbed, we must work quickly. Seeing a corpse up close can be unsettling. I hope you're up for it. I'm not sure, but I want to help Piero. Look, let your resolve steal you. Yeah, corpses are actually a lot grosser than you'd think, as weird as that probably sounds. Probably because most shows don't actually show real corpses, because why would they? It's like Scott K. Bar. Scott K. Bar doesn't want to show you a real corpse. Depends on when they die. Yeah! Something they never tell you about corpses is they bloat. Pretty fast, actually. Give it a few days and they'll be all bulbous, and it's really quite unpleasant looking. And smelling. Thank you, Scott K. Bar, as always. Oh, I don't remember tracks here. Scott K. Bar. Have I found a corpse before? No. All of my corpse interactions have been medical. Dragon Quest 4, Dragon Quest 5, Dragon Quest 6. I'll begin inspecting his interior, starting with the face and head. And a donation from Ojunix. Do animal corpses count? I mean, most people have probably interacted with animal corpses. I bet like 90% of chat right now has interacted with an animal corpse in your life. Going towards Persona 4 Golden, FF7 R2, I believe, and Grim Fandango. You got it. Thank you, Ojunix. Like, I couldn't even list how many dead animals I've found in my life. Dead cats, dead dogs, dead possums, dead squirrels, dead deer. I've seen a dead cow. That was very, very unpleasant. Ugh. Dead mouse, dead rat. I'll begin by inspecting his interior, starting with the face and head. Simple wounds, no blemishes, teeth in good condition, nothing unusual. I've never seen a dead whale in person. Neck, shoulders, and chests are ordinary. I need to clean some blood away to examine the torso. Now, there it is. Puncture wound between 6th and 7th ribs. It's fairly shallow, though. I estimate it penetrated only about an inch, and it likely came from his own hand. That's not deep enough to have killed him. It wasn't. It's likely incidental, received while falling on his own knife. He must have some other wound that issued forth all the blood we found in him. No! Savicom! Abso-freaking-lutely not. First of all, and I'm sure you noticed this, but that Star Trek IV canonizes the idea that humpback whales are actually sentient sapient beings, which is not going to be true in our Trek. But second of all, how would Spock even find a humpback whale? I mean, they're extinct. Surely this means he's innocent. That means it's incredibly unlikely that Brother Piero stabbed the Baron, but it doesn't explain what actually killed the man. No, remember, they have like a whole conversation, Savicom. Sorry, I watched Star Trek IV like a couple months ago, so it's really fresh in my mind. No, they have a conversation. They discuss things. They are aware of what's going on the planet. They actually have a communications network they reference a few times, which is probably the one that the probe was tapping into, stuff like that. Brother Piero should never have picked up that knife. I'm sure the appearance of guilt never even crossed his mind. Now then, let's move on. There's a sore on his sex? Oh, right. Probably from French disease. I doubt it had anything to do with his murder. I'm not familiar with it. Yeah, let's just gloss over it. First discovered 20 years ago by French soldiers visiting brothels in Naples. Anyway, seems the Baron was not the most faithful husband, not uncommon amongst nobility. I would expect a monk to be more shocked by this. I spent many years as a mercenary. Sex and death are common companions in that world. Besides, sex isn't all that rare, even in an abbey. Between the brothers... I'm just going to let that one lie. I'm just going to leave that alone. Moving on. Other than a few blisters on his feet from what I assume are new shoes, there's nothing wrong with his legs. Andreas, can you help me turn him over? Of course. Surprisingly well animated. Continuing the trend. Slight irregularity in his spine, possibly from an old injury. Don't think that has anything to do with how he died, though. He probably fell off his horse while hunting. Seems a silly thing to risk your life for, but I'm not one to talk. Whatever reason, it didn't contribute to his death. Here it is. A rather dramatic head wound. I was going to say, with that much blood, it's probably a head wound. Dark hair and blood make it difficult to see, but it's quite bad. In my experience, I've never seen someone walk away with a head wound of this severity. The wound looks like it was caused by a single powerful blow from a blunt object, probably more than 4 or 5 inches across. How can you tell? The skull is cracked in a single spot, and there's a clear impression of the skin around it. It would take extraordinary precision to hit the same spot twice unless the Baron was already dead. It's likely he didn't die immediately. How long could he have survived for? Seen similar injuries in battle. The victims don't last more than a few minutes, but it's an agonizing death. Even so, he couldn't have wandered far from where the blow was first struck. So he may not have attacked in the chapter house? He was either attacked in the chapter house, or someplace in the immediate vicinity. Is it possible he could have attacked outside the abbey? No, I don't think so. With a wound like that, he would have collapsed before he got inside. Certainly someone would have seen him. Anyway, whatever killed the Baron was a blunt instrument of considerable heft. The part that impacted was likely a little smaller than a fist. Yeah, about 2.5 inches around. Up to a pig mallet, a joining hammer, or a round stone 4 to 5 inches across held in the hand. That's specific? Yeah, sorry. I picked logistician. Or no, logician. Excuse me. I keep doing that. Logician, not logistician. Those are very different things. Hopefully your talents will help you find the murder weapon in short order. Whoever did this must have caught the Baron unaware. Save the small knife wound, he has no other injuries. Suppose that he was struck, drew his knife to defend himself, and fell on it before Brother Piero discovered him. So I believe we've discovered 2 important things. Piero didn't stab the Baron, even if he had, that isn't what killed him. Indeed, it may take more to convince the Archdeacon of Brother Piero's innocence. We also know the Baron was killed by a blow to the head from a heavy, blunt object. I just need to find what caused the blow and learn who struck it. Oh, there's one other item of interest. I found it in the Baron's jacket, but didn't want to open it without you. A note. I trust you to open it more carefully than I would. What's it say? The girl. The girl who died and the innocent with her. Matins chapter. 2 a.m. Yeah, I figured. The girl? What girl? What innocent? Your guess is as good as mine. Unfortunately, I don't have much faith in my guesses. Can you tell who wrote it? They're not Italian. Italian scribes use humanist script. This is a highly refined Gothic hand. As good as Eric and Geyer, I don't think they could replicate this. What? Really? If not them, then who? That's my job to find out. I know, right, Grizzanors? I wish you good luck in finding the answer. No, sorry to rush you, but I must ask you to leave. For a minute you stay here as an additional risk. Were you expecting someone? Brother Florian, could you open up? It's Werner Souls, the physician from Tassing. Yes, I'm in the middle of something. Can you return after supper? I'm afraid I can't. Father Garnot asked me to examine the Baron's body. Alright, give me a moment. Andreas, hide yourself. Okay. Just gonna go along with it. Not gonna question it. We are very unhidden. Dr. Stoll, sorry to keep you waiting. What'd you need? I but wanted me to examine the Baron's body before the wife arrives. Seems unnecessary at this point. I've just completed my own examination. What's the harm in letting me take a look? Dr. Stoll, with all respect, I've finished. The cause of death is clear. If you had arrived an hour ago, I'd have had no problem with your assistance. Assistance? I'm a university-trained physician. I can examine a corpse on my own without the help of a battlefield sawbones. Regardless of your opinions regarding my abilities, the examination is finished. You insist on inspecting the body anyways, I must insist the abbot tell me himself. What? Making me bring the abbot here is a waste of my time. So is performing an examination on a corpse immediately after one was just completed. Idiotic. I'll return with Father Garnet presently. Or Gernot, or however you say his stupid name. He's dead! Stab! That was close. Now quickly, leave. Of course, thank you. Think nothing of it. I'll see you tomorrow. Until then. Godot. And I'm sure that's not how it's supposed to be pronounced, Act. Sort of like Godot or Godot or something like that. Can't get that note out of my head. The girl who died and the innocent with her. What can it mean? Who wrote it? And where's my frickin' money? Hey, ladies. Where's my money? Where's my money? Oh, God, that makes me sound like I'm a pimp. Oh, God. Oh, God. Hang on. Rewind. Could you please impart upon me the physical currency, the specie, one might say, that is owed to me thanks to certain interactions with one Brother Matthew? I don't know why I keep checking that. Where the hell would Jackass be? See you around, Crazy Norse. Okay, can I not go to the right? Oh no, I can't go to the right. If I can't go to the right, how can I get in there? Listen, the nuns are evil, Von Falkenstein. They're in on it. They murdered everyone. And then they hid the bodies by feeding them to the rest of us. Where do you think the food's been coming from? But yeah, they're just like praying. So that's just, yeah, pray. What? Mr. Molly? Yes, it's me, sister. You think Brother Pierre really murdered the Baron? No. Oh, why did Father Abbot have him put in the cellar? He's afraid of what will happen if we can't figure out who the killer really is. You think the devil could appear here in Curacao? No, I think people see the devil where they want to see him. I didn't see the devil, but I smelled his odor. Last night I woke before Matins' end. I smelled something in the dormitory. It was strange, moss and sulfur mixed with frankincense and roses. I moved through the room. I wanted to scream, but I was too frightened, and then it was gone. I'm ashamed I didn't cry out, but I didn't know what to do. I couldn't possibly have done any better, sister. A small comfort, but thank you. Thank you, Sister Margaret. The killer was OJ, of course! Oh, by the way, can I just say, like, I'm only gonna do one. I'm just gonna do one. I'm just gonna do one. I'm glad that OJ can finally rest in peace, knowing that his wife's murderer has been brought to justice. I know. I didn't even come up with the joke. Sister Matilda, how are you doing? Mother Cecilia doesn't like us talking to men unless it's necessary to perform our work. Forgive me. Sorry to bother you. Thank you, Master Mahler. Yeah, that's thunder. God. Ex-wife, wife, whatever. Don't nitpick the joke. It's just a joke. He was a monster and he deserved to die. There's your non-joke, Virgin. I don't know, Savacom. I'd answer, but I'm a guy, so you can't talk to me now, Savacom. I'm sorry. I don't come up with the rules. Furston? Actually, the specifics of how OJ avoided guilt is kind of interesting and fascinating in its own right, and literally led to new precedents in how we pursue murder cases in the United States. Furston? He was very rich, and he afforded an interesting legal defense. But yeah, no, he was guilty. He was extraordinarily guilty. Everybody in the universe knew he was guilty. Like, when we encounter alien life on another world, and they're like, hey, if we ask them, hey, was OJ guilty? They're like, oh, yeah, of course he was. Just like that. Master Mahler, would you care to share supper at my table? I would like to talk to you about my late husband. Remind me what that symbol is. I've seen it a few times, and I don't remember which part of my character creation the bell symbol is. Aw, little prince. Or princeling might be a better way to put that in English. Orator. Thank you, Schmeidolf. I know, Kitsubin. The only... I don't want to sound vindictive, but the only positive thing I think that came out of that whole thing was that his life was completely ruined after that. How many of you are familiar with the book thing? How the victims lobbied and got the rights to the book, and so changed the title of the book, or the cover of the book. It's still the same title. Yeah, so instead, so they put the if in really, really, really small color in a very, very similar, very small font in similar color, and then just put in giant, massive black letters, I did it. My lady, I would be honored to break bread with you. Thank you. Please sit. Bless us, O God, and these your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Amen. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. Sorry. Wish you wouldn't fill those in later. So we've got, looks like quail, cheese, bread. What are those? Those are pastries. That's wine. But what are those? The fruit-looking things. Steal his widow. She is available. And, I mean, my political position is a little uncertain right now. Rose petals on oranges. That's why it was throwing me. Actually, yes, Trihex, yeah. But yeah, someone earlier mentioned this in chat. You know, it's like, all right, you're stuck in the Middle Ages. You're stuck in 1518. What do? Well, first thing I do is I find a noble woman, widow, and do everything in my power to marry her, with promises of actually taking care of her and treating her like an actual human being. You know, because this is a really unjust system and time period, I'll go ahead and provide the male justification for her to continue to be able to live a good and so here she is what I'm trying to say. There she is. Boom. So, Lady Salomea, may I have this dance? Yes. I find myself out of place here without the comfort of the Baron. Thank you for agreeing to share a meal with me, Master Mahler. Of course, the honor's mine. Yeah, and avoid cities. You remember back when cities were what's the legal term for that? There's an actual term for measuring a region's growth, and cities were a negative growth factor. I can't remember what that's actually called, but anyways, the point being, cities used to have more deaths than births. And so you needed more people needed to come in to keep cities alive. And that was true for centuries. Anyways, he must have been nearby to arrive so quickly. You're an observant man, Master Mahler. Indeed, I was staying in Innsbruck while my husband visited the Abbey. Oh, we've got to try these oranges. Aw, they're not an option. So we got Emmental cheese and wheat, frumenty, quail, I guessed that one. And that's it. What's frumenty? It's frumenty! We'd meant to take a tour of the Alpine towns before returning to our home in Worms, but... well, return we shall. I am sorry for your loss, my lady. This sorrow is just the first of many, I'm afraid. Are you married yourself? Oh my god! Okay. If she's opening up to the idea... I mean, you know, I'm available. I'm available, you might say. I'm, sorry. No, Roman cities were actually a lot better. In terms of that whole problem. A woman waits for me in Nuremberg. I'll be honest with her. Do you not look forward to the responsibilities of marriage, Mr. Mahler? Perhaps it's no surprise you and Lorenz became fast friends. I imagine he saw something of himself in you. Oh, my. He even gave you one of his pins. He must have been quite fond of you. Rarely have I met someone with such a depth of knowledge and thirst for debate. His thirsts were not limited to his scholarly pursuits, regrettably. His lust for drink and women once afflicted him with great remorse, though such shade faded with time. Lorenz was a flawed man. His various infidelities were no secret to me, but are we not all flawed before Christ? I mean, yeah. Bread, please. I loved him as a wife should properly love her husband, but I would not say we were friends. I only hope his appetites are not what led him to this end. I'm searching for the answer to that quandary myself. Were you and Lorenz so close you would trouble yourself so? I fear the abbot and the archdeacon will be led to inaccurate conclusions by circumstantial evidence. My mentor, Brother Piero, was found with the Baron's body, but I do not believe he killed your husband. If not him, then who? There are many possibilities here in the Abbey and in the town. Your husband managed to cultivate many enemies in his short time here. It does sound like Lorenz. He was a man of many opinions, and he gave them freely to all who would listen, and to some who would not. The previous abbot, Father Matthias, seemed to appreciate that about him. This new abbot is perhaps more conservative. Father Gernot inherited a challenging fiscal situation from the late Father Matthias. Father Gernot doesn't share Matthias' passion for written word, but endures the expense of it. To be put in such a position, he would make anyone unhappy, I understand. I wonder what he will make of Lorenzo's gift to the Abbey. What gift was this? It seems to be a little thing, of more interest and value to my husband and the former abbot than the Father Gernot. Well... He had found a book of the history of tossing. He believed it contained some scandalous details. He said it corroborated fears Father Matthias had expressed, but didn't share the particulars with me. Do you have any sense of what the scandals involved? Beyond the broad basket of Tassing's history, I cannot say. My understanding is this community is quite old. Sorry, I can't be of more help. I have some education, but I lack my husband's thirst for knowledge. If you find the book, hopefully its significance will be apparent. I nod solemnly. Do you plan to stay long? Only so long as it takes the Archdeacon to investigate my husband's murder. Though the circumstances of my time here are dire, I am in no hurry to return. You are a disarming man, Master Mahler, and much too easy to talk to. To be frank, I do not know what will become of me when I return to Worms. My title and residence may be in jeopardy. You know, I might have a solution for you. Hear me out. Hear me out, okay? Lorenz and I have a son, but he is young yet. I do not know many of the legalities. Only my position is at some risk. Would you like me to elucidate them for you? I studied Imperial Law at Erfurt. Thank you, but no, I fear it will only heighten my unease. But I could talk about law! I'm sorry to cut our conversation short, but I fear I must rest. Of course, thank you for having me at your table. Be well, Master Mahler. And whatever anyone says of my husband, I'm certain he appreciated your friendship. I should get some sleep, or break into the library. You know what we're gonna do. Oh, hey, can you give me my money? If he sees me, he'll kick me out. I have to keep out of sight until he's passed. Good thing he can't see well. Wait, hang on. Just, sorry, one second. No, of course not, Spartan. God, no. No. Oh, we got this. I'll lose some time tomorrow morning unless I turn back now. Do it! Commit! The writer is Cadphellus of Salopia. I don't believe I've heard of him. Mugwort and Butcher's Broom. I'm not familiar with their properties, but they sound extraordinary. Beautifully illustrated book, and the author appears to be speaking from his own personal experiences. Wonderfully hidden treasure for the Abbey. There we go. It wasn't letting me go up. Sorry. Bifolium taken from a larger text. The Mysteria Astra? I'm not familiar with it. Some sort of astronomical text. Seems rudimentary, explaining the connection between astrological signs and the elements and their basic relationship to alchemy. Each sign is covered by one of the four elements. Cancer, Scorpio, Pisces are water signs. Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo are earth, and so on. It cuts off there. The next page is about something else entirely. Sister Illuminata must be trying to reconstruct the larger text. Given the dramatically different context of the following page, this choir... The choir this bifolium came from must have been assembled improperly. Pisces, that's it. Pisces, thank you. Those 2 pages were interesting enough, I suppose, but quite basic. Wait, that's the connection between the symbol and the elemental symbol. Yes, we've got it. Return the wheel to the element that matches the sign. I can decipher the note. I can even get a donation from Papa Neeks. That's how powerful I am. I can just make that happen. Bam! And it just happens like that. That would be an awful superpower. Just being able to force people to donate to you. God. I don't even have to wear a bikini for it. Thank you, Papa Neeks. I will put that towards Contradiction, the Kingdom Hearts block, and the Doom block. Appreciate you. I am also... I just realized I'm not going to have a convenient pause point, and I'm 10 minutes into my lunch break, so... I'm going to chop off for lunch. See you in a bit.